Whoa! There we go. Friday night is party night. And the fine city of Melbourne will be full of people out and about, partying pretty hard because it's been the first opportunity to do it within the rules for quite a while. Me personally, I'm going to let things settle down for a bit before I do stuff like that on a Friday or Saturday night. So I'm here. And hello, Chris and Robot Man Greg. Greg lives in the city. How noisy was it at midnight last night? Were you awake? I did see a video someone shot from an apartment building in the city that everyone just went wild at midnight. All this noise, cheering and horns and bells and whatnot. People going, ooh, on lockdown. Yeah. Music over. You're saying the city was quiet as mouse at 10 a.m. Oh, Greg, you're actually disappointed. You must be in a quieter area of town because some people were going off in this little bit of video I saw. Music Better. I'm not surprised that things were relatively quiet. Yes, apparently all the hairdressers and barbers are very overcrowded. Me, I just let my hair grow. I have had it trimmed twice since COVID started. Last time was 6 months ago, something like that. About 6 months ago. No, it's very long. It's very long now. Not the longest it's ever been, but not that far short of the longest I've ever let my hair grow. Speaking of not the longest, very prompt this evening is AZ.
Yes, I'm very prompt this evening. I've been working on how to make apologies on camera.
Oh, okay.
So I thought I'd do a bit on that tonight to help us all.
Alrighty.
Because there'll come a time when we all need to get in front of our either TikTok audience or our YouTube audience or our Switch audience or our what's the other one?
Instagram,
Facebook? Audience especially. We'll need to get in front of, and so I've got some pointers for everyone, and I've been working on them all day. So when you're ready, when we've said hello to everyone, and we're settled in, I'll take us through some of the most important parts of an apology on air to the people that matter to us most.
Yeah. Okay.
How are you?
Sorry, what was that?
How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you.
You're looking good. You're looking very not disheveled yet.
Not yet. Give it a few hours. It's old-fashioned night tonight because coming up in another week is old-fashioned week, for which I'm going to do a bunch of videos for my cocktail channel. So I'll be making old fashions all night. We'll see how many of them I get through. I might save some for tomorrow night so I don't get too munted. But I'm starting with an energy drink, so just to keep me propped up.
Why is it pink?
Because energy drinks are the manliest drinks, and therefore it's pink.
Energy drinks are the manliest drinks, and I know that pink is the manliest color. I'm aware of that. But people say, why is your drink brown? And I go, because it's Pepsi, or because it's Coke, or because it's RC Cola. And they go, it's not RC Cola. And I said it could
It's
be.
never RC Cola.
It could have been. I've had RC Cola bought for me. And at one
That's
point
true.
in our tuck shop, we could only buy RC Cola.
Which, of course, is a
And,
terrible name in Australia and Britain, for that matter. In the US, they won't see anything wrong with it, but you're literally calling it RC Cola, and it tastes like arse as well. So,
well, it did taste like arse.
yeah.
But it stands for Roman Catholic Cola. You knew that, didn't you? You did know that, didn't you?
I'm just getting you the Pope shipping it, loading up trucks in the Vatican. And you go, no, come on, fellas, get it out there. People want it. And the truck driver's going, Your Holiness,
They
I know
really
you think
don't.
you've got an infallibility thing happening, but I keep shipping it out. Yeah, dude, we are literally dumping it in landfill.
I've fucking signed a papal bull saying RC Cola is the go. But no, RC Cola was Roman Catholic Cola. It was an initiative by the Roman Catholic Church to get in on the soft drink industry and to make some cash. You knew that.
You know I'm on the internet. It's Royal Crown, you bloody idiot. I mean, it was just driving me crazy. I knew you were doing a bit. But part of my brain went, no, I have to knock this on the head because it's doing my head in. And I've ruined your bit. I know I've ruined your bit now. But it was honestly, it was playing on my head. I had to. So it just disturbs me when you do those things straight faced. It's quite frightening.
There were real connections. It was a real business venture. It is not something I'm just making up.
No, you wouldn't do that.
It'd be more desperate.
You do.
Yeah, I'd be trying to sell it harder. But no, it was a real thing.
So, Ida's Musical Aviator is taking the old-fashioned theme and running with it. Been searching for old music. Found a Heinrich Lübeck sonata for trumpets and drum, written in 1598. In the process of writing it for 2 trumpets, so you can play with a friend. That is excellent.
Trumpets and drum.
Yeah,
that's an interesting. I'd say that's a concerto more than a sonata.
Well, he's the one who found it. So
drum, 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 drum.
Chris reckons some people also refer to RC as Real Chicago Cola because I think there's a Chicago team called the Royal Crowns. So yeah,
I'd believe it.
Safa said he saw SBS saying there'd be a booster jab schedule, telling people to get a booster jab for Pfizer 11 months after your second. I don't know. I thought it was going to be way sooner than that, and I haven't seen any stories on that. I'm not sure.
I don't know. I'm being told
yet. So yes. Did I mention it last night that the Victorian head of the AMA actually, in frustration, just said, you know what? If you're an anti-vaxxer, don't show up to hospital. You shouldn't go to hospital. You should just, when you get sick, you should stay at home and say, it's in God's hands now. And that's anger and frustration right there to actually just say that.
Harsh but fair.
I'm on board. I am on board.
I'm on board. I say go Darwin, go. Go Darwin, go.
Yeah. I've seen this awesome double meme someone's done. There's did you ever see the Tarantino film Django Unchained? Okay, so there's a meme that people like. There's actually a couple Leonardo DiCaprio memes that come out of it. And one is a freeze frame of him about to take a drink with this look on his face. And you do that when you're like laughing at someone, you're making fun of someone, like and again, like someone you don't like gets hurt, and you use that as me. Someone photoshopped that Leo face onto Charles Darwin's head. So you have to know kind of what Charles Darwin looked like on it. And they do. And I've seen people posting it like, anti-vaxxer dies of COVID. And people have just posted that under it.
That's pretty funny.
It's pretty good.
It's not funny because people are dying, but it's pretty funny.
No. And I never wish for them to die. I want them to get really quite sick. I want them to regret every stupid thing they've said. I want them to owe their lives to our fine people in our health services. I want them to have time to think about all their bad decisions. I don't wish death on people, but I do want them to get sick.
I had a really, really disturbing conversation with a nurse not long ago now.
Yeah.
And we were talking about COVID, but we were talking about other things as well. And a friend of mine got sick recently, and she discussed how she got sick, and this conversation with this nurse came up, and I honestly can't go into it because it's one of those things that will get us pulled, and also we'll have a ton of shit poured down upon our head almost immediately from ranges far and wide. And this nurse was basically going, it's going to get to a point where Australia's going to have to decide whether to basically go with the rights of people not to get treated or not pay for things that are obviously preventable. And I said, it's surely not at that stage. And he went, oh no, the numbers are in, it's at that stage. We're going to find a lot of young people with decisions to make about their bodies. And they're not going to like the answers they get. And because, the money's running out because they like to spend it on wars and stuff, the decisions they get to make are not going to be very nice ones. And effectively, you're going to get told, it's going to be basically have this operation and or shot, or you get to pay for your health care for the next 5 years. And no one can afford to pay for their health care in Australia. So it's going to be awkward. It's going to get really awkward really soon.
I just want to throw in, there's some... You want more? Okay, good. Sorry, I'm being directed to make a drink here, and there's
fair call. I'm also going to be possibly in and out tonight.
That's what she said.
There's things going on that I have to pay attention to. But I should be in for a while.
Look, I just want to point out there's someone on chat with the username Tommy, who I'm going to go out on a limb and say is talking fucking shit, saying their doctor said it's in their best interest not to get it. That's either A direct lie, or B, your doctor is a fuckwit. And because there are MDs...
There are doctors saying that.
And C, or you're in the 1% of the population who has a genuine health reason, and it's like 1% of the population. And if you are that 1% of the population, then I forgive that. No, most of us are not in the middle, okay? 95% of Australians eligible for vaccine will be fully vaccinated by Christmas, okay? So 95% think anti-vaxxers are cunts, okay? It's as simple as that. So there's no middle on this. There is people who are correct and people who are the worthless, scum-sucking filth, just the worst. I fucking hate anti-vaxxers with a fucking passion. Rays, hello. Has come in and said, I haven't seen you for a while. Nice to see you. You came in mid-rant. I hope you enjoyed that.
Mid-rant. And it's an unusual thing with Our Angry to come in mid-rant. I've often come in when Andrew's talking about sunshine, lollipops, roses and flowers.
Sunshine, lollipops and rainbows. Sorry,
and that's going to make no sense. I was going to make an in-joke that would make no sense.
We have a few of those.
No, not between us, between anyone.
And, between anyone.
Yeah, no, it's that freaking podcast I listen to. It's called. Sunshine Lollipops Bunny Crush is the actual sentence, and it makes no sense. Until you've actually heard it.
I remember. I've only listened to like 2 episodes of that horrible podcast that you like because I just can't get into it. But I know what Bunny Crush is. Yeah, no. And hello, Alexander.
I'm amazed that was the one you listened to. That was the one that his whole fans fucking revolted and went, don't do that again.
But mind you, again, another one when I was actually trying to find, is there a really crass podcast that I might actually enjoy? And there's one called Cum Town, and it's CUM Town. And the first one I listened to, I thought was funny. And I thought, and I went back to it and I went, oh, they just do the same thing every podcast. They're not actually very funny. And 50% of the podcast is them laughing at their own jokes. So it's like they're high as fuck when they're doing it. But that's okay. Abigail came in mid-rant as well. Yeah.
Abigail.
I like that as an analogy.
I had a big question for you, Abigail, and it was a really important question. And I forgot to ask it on the phone. So I'm going to ask it when I remember it.
Abigail's done the best analogy that walking in on a rant's like walking in on an orgy. The more the merrier. So there you go.
I find
Yeah.
because there's usually someone waiting for a Lego piece to be filled.
Yeah.
Because you make all kinds of creations with orgies. You can make the police
potato head. You take one bit out and put another bit in. It's
exactly.
Mr. Potato Head. Yeah.
Less Mr. Potato Head, unless you're at a B&D orgy. And then
I'm just saying, you take one bit out and put another bit in. It's what I'm saying.
Yeah, like Lego. You still got recognisable features unless you're at an S&M B&D orgy, and then you've got things being cut off and put back together again. I will remember what it was I was going to ask Dr. Abigail. It was basically a scientific social thing too. It will happen. It'll happen. Beyond that, I saw a thing where a woman went to jail today because she gave her kitty bleach because she thought it'd be better than vaccine.
Was that what happened? I didn't read the story. I know it happened. And there are certain Facebook groups that will convince people to do that. Yeah.
And then and it was sort of discovered that she knew that the bleach wouldn't work. And it got pretty ugly for her, and she's going to jail now. Their kitty's all right, which stunned me. Because I've heard that, with kitties, you can drop them and they bounce. They're pretty good. They're apparently designed for young fathers to
okay. I'm just heading that one off at the pass. Also, I want to say, Rays, now I've placed you in the chat, and I do remember you. Yeah, I thought I knew who you were, but yes, you're asking about the Graph Hunter video. Now I know exactly who you are. As far as I know, my Graph Hunter videos are all still on there. It's just there are 11 billion videos overall on YouTube, and several thousand of mine. Yeah, Tommy, look, just in case I misunderstood and you misunderstood me, anti-vaxxers are the scum of the earth, absolute vermin, every one of them. There is no middle ground. There is no middle ground. There is only right and wrong. fuck anyone who indulged in any of that conspiracy fucking horseshit. I'm not saying put electrodes on their nipples and fire up the old Sparky machine, but don't leave anything off the table. Is what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Just do it.
Nuclear football exists for a reason.
Yeah. You've got to keep all options open.
When I became president of my local Sixers group of the Scouts, and they presented to me the nuclear football or the compass of doom, so they would have it. I said I could easily take these three off on a journey and say, "Dead reckon your way home," and they wouldn't be able to. They wouldn't be able to, And it's not me executing them. It's not me murdering them. It's me going, Darwin has a plan. And Darwin has a plan for these kids. And if they are in Darwin's favour, they'll make it back. If they're not in Darwin's favour, they won't reproduce. And I was pretty confident that Darwin had a plan for them.
Or at least he had an inkling of what was going to happen.
I actually did work with this plumber when I was working with my old man. And we were driving along, and there was this kid sitting on Mum's, standing on Mum's lap as she was driving along having a cigarette. And I went, fuck me, are you fucking joking? And he looked over and said, yeah, years ago that would have upset me. That would have really upset me. But now I just go, Darwin has a plan. Darwin has this all sorted out. This is going to work itself out in the perfect and natural way. And I went, you know what? That's very comforting. That is very comforting. And from then on in, I've just gone, yeah, it's okay. I was at a tram stop and there was this little kid running around in traffic, and Mum and friend were just, giggling and having fun. And other people were jumping around, grabbing this kid and bringing it off the road and back up onto the tram stop. And I wasn't. And going, Darwin has a plan. It was, it's harsh. Sure, it's harsh, but there's got to be a point to where we go, you know what? 80's going to die before 60, and this kid's going to die before 6. I may very well have reproduced. Who knows? This kid won't.
Lots of loose sperm out there. Anything could have happened.
I don't think I reproduced, because I reckon the people I would have reproduced with would have said, yeah, AIDS, you owe me half a life. And I would have gone, yeah, sweet. Yeah. And but then I have a feeling a couple of them would have gone, yeah, I want a kid, but I don't want a lot of AIDS in my world. You can see that. You can see.
What are you going to do? Hello, Kirsten, by the way.
Hello. And it may have happened. But I feel like the kind of guy in Maury who would sit there going, I hope it's mine, and then only to open the piece of paper and find out it's not mine. And go, all right. But I wouldn't dance around pointing and going, yeah, ha, 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 and dance off the stage. I go, well, I'm sorry that you felt that way, and I'll see you later. And then just walk away with a bit of dignity and watch her cry a lot. I've watched a lot of those Mauries, and the same girl comes back 4 or 5 times, and that can't be good for your soul.
Those ones, I'm never quite sure. Is that someone whose life is actually that horrific, or is it all sort of, you seem like a good sport, let's actually have a running thing that freaks the audience out for weeks on end, where you keep saying, I'm sure this guy's the father. No, he's not. And you get through 6 guys, none of whom are the father. I agree with you. Either they are giving someone permanent psychological trauma, or it's nudge wink. Let's just do outrageous shit to get the
Well,
audience
what
whipped up.
I'm not sure. I'm honestly not sure. But one of the ones I saw was they grabbed a effectively a football team. It was defense, and they
Yeah,
grabbed the defense of a football team up on
yeah.
stage. And there's one poor chick, and she was asserting that was one of them. And
Oh,
I'm
it was
going,
one of them. Oh dear.
oh, that's
Oh
not
dear.
good, because there had to be like 12 guys up on stage, and they're all going, oh yeah, right, oh yeah, right. And they weren't screaming and yelling, going, this isn't going to happen, but they're all sort of quietly going, yeah, no, it's probably not me. And uh, at one point in this thing, the pastor of the school of this football team came along and said, I don't care what happens. All of you are going to put in some money to help this kiddie along. To which 3 of the guys stood up immediately. And one of them said, well, Pastor, it's not going to be me, because I've had a vasectomy and had so at the end of high school. So I'm not in this. And he walked off. He just fucking walked away. And the other 2 guys said, I and this guy are gay, so we didn't actually have the
It's
sex
not
together.
us.
So we're out of this too. Goodbye.
Yeah.
And they bailed. And a pastor said, if you do that, you'll never be on the football team again. They went, and so they bailed, and the rest of the football team are going, ooh. And then eventually it came out that it might have been 3 of them, possibly.
dear.
And that bothered me. It's like you can't have 3 different guys as one father. It's got to be one father. And the test was so very smudged that it was like they had to do more tests. And it's like, oh, what's this baby look like?
Yeah, no,
and,
that's the type of thing that's for drama.
Well,
but
I mean,
yes.
it was a. I mean, I don't want to throw too many stones, right? But it was a southern town. Deep
the sort of
town.
place that has abstinence-only sex education in
That's the
school.
one,
So,
and also singular line family trees. And the brother is the father is the step husband. And
Uncle,
it was,
Dad, and Auntie, Mum. Yeah,
yeah. And it was a little bit Tasmania, and I was just going, yeah, no, this isn't looking good for her. And she didn't look real good either, in the sense that, like, I'm going, oh, is there a chromosome right here? And so, I'm not, God, I never know whether to, because it's the whole grandsons of Bogans things. You just, if you just be a little bit patient with the people of the world, the eventually they're going to come good. But the experience of people we've got to go with is shocking. There was a guy I met today at the shops who was a shocking drug user and heroin junkie, and would busk outside the shops when I went to get my methadone every day. And he would do the single chord strum because he was fucking on the nod. And there was another member of the community who would go around with a book and stand over the homeless and fucking extort money from them. So this guy would like extort money from the homeless and basically people who couldn't possibly stand up to him.
Yeah.
And I fell afoul of this guy. This is the guy that punched me in the head, right? I fell afoul of this guy by yelling at him because he stole a sandwich of a friend of mine, a homeless guy, because, you steal a homeless guy's food. I mean, that might be the only thing they've got to fucking eat all day.
Yeah, that's about as low as you go.
At him, and he freaked out, started pushing me and going, oh, fucking, I'm not interested in any of this. I was walking away, and I felt the wind at the back of my head and going, is he trying to punch me in the back of the head? And as I was walking over the pedestrian crossing, and I've turned around and he's still there. And I'm going, what are you, being a big man? And, you know, what are you trying to win? And I couldn't get win out as he punched me in the head. And over I go, quite neatly. And then the cops and the ambos turned up immediately. And the cop was going, do you want to charge him? And I'm going, yes.
Yes. Yes.
And the cop had a giggle because they had arrested him before the ambos had finished treating me.
Yeah.
And I went and made my statement at the cops. And then I rang the cop later on and said, do you want me to come in for the court case to do the thing? And he laughed and he said, well, no, because we've had the court case. And I went, really? And he said, yes, he's gone for the maximum of 3 months. He's gone. It's the maximum sentence, and he's gone away for it, which is a bit of a bugger for him because he's got 4 other. He's on bail for 4 other cases pending, and he might be in a bit of trouble because he's just got out of jail for one of them. The 5th. He automatically went to jail for that. And he automatically went to jail because his lawyer said plead guilty immediately because there was so much camera footage, like film footage of what happened, that you could do a 3D walkthrough of the crime. Apparently they had like something like 40 different viewpoints of the crime going on as it happens. As soon as he started shouting and pushing, because I was the guy with the
People
stick,
started recording.
People started recording and went right till he and it's got me going, come on, man, settle down, chill out. You don't need to do this. What are you trying to be, the big smack over a go?
Oh, dear.
And it's like, in no way, when you watch the film back, in no way, because he started saying some shit to his lawyer like, oh, yeah, he came on to me really aggressive. And I did. I came on to him, said, you stole this guy's sandwich. That was a horrible thing to do. And even the lawyer said, that's not aggressive. That was just real. What were you thinking? You hit a 50-year-old
He's a scumbag. He's
with
not
a
thinking.
stick,
Yeah.
with a walking stick. You punched him out and were trying to punch him in the back of the head. At what point was this going to get good for you? The cops were laughing and laughing and laughing. And they were laughing as he came in and they were laughing as he went out. And he got told in no uncertain terms that he's not allowed to come near me ever again. And I saw my friend, who was a pretty rough junkie, and he had put on weight and he was looking great. And I said, you're looking fucking great, man. What's going on? He said, well, I did get off the drugs. And I said, that would be one way.
That's a good plus. That's a good plus.
And he said, and I haven't been around here busking, but I thought I'd, just do the rounds and pop through and see the sights because it's a lovely day. And then I saw this guy, John, as he's known, this guy, down at the shops. And he was here and he said, oh, if I see you again, I'm going to cut your head off. And he's
okay.
Really? Is that a thing? I said, well, I didn't know at the time, but when I saw him later, he had a book and he was extorting money from homeless people and putting it in his book. And if I'd have known that at the time, when I was charging him, I would have fucking brought that out because the police would have searched him for his book and fucking really
actually a record of his crimes, crimes could be. That's like
how much.
That's how one of the biggest organized crime rings in the US got busted. It was dramatized in Goodfellas, I think.
Yep.
One of the crime movies. A guy who was being told to take stuff interstate. And he's going, who's going to pay for the petrol and accommodation? And the higher ups are saying, stop complaining, do it. So he started keeping a book so he could say, you have to pay me back for this. So he ended up with this diary of several years of serious crimes crossing state borders, which in the US brings in the FBI and gets racketeering. And this one guy, because they wouldn't give him expenses, ended up bringing down these really high-level crime guys because they wouldn't pay him expenses. It's hilarious that criminals are dumb. Again,
And
that
eventually-
trope in movies of a criminal mastermind doesn't exist.
Doesn't exist.
Maybe 1 in 100,000 criminals is smart. They're just brutal. They're just willing to do stuff that other people won't do. There's no criminal masterminds. There's just people willing to do stuff that other people won't do.
With a copper, and I said to him, you know, how do you deal with the criminal masterminds? And he says, oh, we don't. And I said, what do you mean? And he says, listen, the way it works is this: we deal with the criminals. The criminal masterminds are never arrested. They never come under the spotlight of taxation. They never come under the spotlight of any investigation whatsoever at any time. They never arouse any suspicion ever. And they make squillions of fucking dollars and turn it into something that looked semi-legitimate. They realised 20 years after he was dead that this guy won a horse race in Hong Kong that was worth 56 million Australian dollars. And it happened to neatly not equal 60 million Australian dollars that was stolen from the Western Australian Bullion Bank. And they realised 20 years after he was dead that he'd stolen the money. And by the time the 20 years had gone past, he'd scattered the money throughout trusts and companies and fucking you name it. And his great-grandchildren had it. And it was way too late to get the money back. It was all legit by that point and all laundered.
You couldn't trace it. Yeah. And again, AD and I have hung out with some questionable people in our lives. And the one I found out, the big crims, they buy winning betting tickets off people who win big. And someone goes, well, I can't believe, I got the 1,000 to 1 thing. And then they're going, I will buy that off you. Oh, but I want to go and collect my $25,000. I will give you $26,000 cash now for it. And they go, now. Why will you do that? And they don't tell them.
I will give you $26,000 for no questions now.
Yeah. It's tax-free, legit money then. It's laundering their money. There's someone else who wants a drink. Or jelly. Yeah, if you want. All right, have fun. Sorry, household things. No, it's a household thing.
I lived with a person who was a very good friend of mine, and his friend's father was an accountant, and a businessman came into his friend's father and said, I'm in a little bit of shit. I happen to have picked up 180 grand that I really shouldn't have. And the tax office is really, really keen to find out where I got it. And his friend opened his drawer, pulled out several betting slips and a Tatsilo slip and said, righto, here you go. Never, ever ask for that again.
Yeah.
And he said this fucking wad of fucking slips came out of his drawer. Like a slip. There you go. Done. And it was just the problem solved. Get yourself a good accountant. Yeah.
What was it? The cruel C said, better get a lawyer, son. Better get a real good one. Gonna need a good one to get you out of this one. I want to throw in, I'm feeling for Abigail at the moment. Abigail's having a bad chronic pain day, and for whatever reason, there are no delivery drivers available to get food to her house. And that sucks. Not being able to actually go out or even prepare your own. I do feel for you. I don't know if that might mean you don't want to come on Angry Bunch. I was just going to say, does anyone want to do Angry Bunch? Because I'm about to start making cocktails, and I don't know, AZ might like some
Well, I
company.
was
while
just
do that.
thinking if I had fucking any access to a license, I'd fucking borrow a car and get.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah, yeah. If Abigail wasn't on the other
if I
side of
got busted
town,
driving, then
yeah,
then forget it.
yeah.
We
But
have
hopefully something works out for you, Abigail. I
I
can
hope
appreciate
so
that
too.
it sucks.
I'm thinking, surely to Christ, there's got to be someone near Abigail that could get us something to eat.
Yeah, well,
They want to come here and get us some sandwiches and take it there. I'm good at sandwiches.
sandwiches. Why not a sandwich? But yeah. So again, I just wanted to say, Abigail, feel for you. Hope something works out, because I don't know if that's a product of us suddenly not being locked down. That everyone who's normally doing deliveries is going, "Fuck you, I'm taking a night off," which
Fair
can
enough.
sympathize
Fuck.
with.
I mean,
Yeah.
they're working 6 days a week. There's a human. There's 4 humans in this house who were doing their rounds for either special people care or old people care, and they were all doing their their rounds for uni, and all of a sudden while they were doing their rounds for uni, they all got told, "You're stopping doing your rounds for uni, you've all got a job." No, I've got a university degree. Nope, you've got a job, and you're going to be doing between 12 and 16 hours a day, and you're going to be doing it 6 days a week. You're not going to be doing it 7 days a week because that's technically illegal. So you're going to be doing 16 hours a day. And I've been seeing these people come home at 6 and 4 in the morning, and they're dragging their ass up the stairs going. And I say, "Oh, g'day." And they say, "Please don't talk to me. I'm going to cry." Because they haven't slept for 4 days and they just need, they need to go to sleep. And we voted on sexiest guy in the house.
Okay, there's an
voted
official
on
thing.
sexiest guy in the house. He lives just down the hall from me. He makes pizza every day, and of an afternoon he practices soccer. He's going for one of the semi-pro teams here in Melbourne, and if you get on the team, you get your rent paid for free, and they give you a job somewhere. But he's already got a job, so he might get extra rent for free, and he is sexy hot, nicest guy, and all the boys and all the girls. Some of the straight guys would go, "Yeah, I'd turn." All the gay guys now go, "I have pictures of him in my mind at night while I'm staring up at the ceiling." And I've gone, pictures in your mind. I've got them on my phone. And they say, show me. And I said, they're not naked pictures. And one of the guys actually said, "I've got Photoshop." And
no.
Outrageous. That is outrageous. How good is your Photoshop?
Good old Frankenporn.
Guy. And one of his workmates has moved in across the road, and not too shabby. So we've also had a person in the house who has been told that they can leave. Yes, and that's a good thing.
Yeah, good. Yeah, no.
I'll tell you more about that as it goes.
That's fair. That's fair enough. So yes, okay. Nobody leapt up, and I get if no one's up for it. Is there for Angry Bunch is what I'm saying.
Well, the ridiculous thing is I've actually got to go soon.
That's okay. You can go. It's fine.
And I feel bad about doing that because you've got a cocktail to make.
No, that's okay. Everyone can watch me make
cocktail. Give me 3 minutes to go and organise a thing. Give me 5 minutes to organise a thing, and I'll come back at least while you can make a cocktail. Will that work?
Oh, look, again, don't put pressure on yourself. You got to do stuff. Okay, so AZ's going off to do some stuff. So I'll do this.
5 minutes.
All right. I'll just chat while AZ's off doing stuff. And yes, I was also just thinking, Abigail, if there's any shitty people who don't empathize with struggles with chronic fatigue and chronic pain, a very sizable, within 2 years, a much more sizable proportion of the population is going to have problems with chronic fatigue and possibly chronic pain because of long COVID. All the evidence is that there's going to be a significant increase in the number of people who really struggle with chronic fatigue and other debilitating, long-lasting effects of COVID, which is really bad on so many levels. And hello, Justin. Safra, it's not currently raining on me at the noisy level that I can hear. Let me look at the map. I'm going to look at the map because it's probably gonna rain overnight. What does radar say? Oh shit! Oh my god! Out on the friggin' peninsula, there is some. Although it looks like it's gonna miss Melbourne, but there is some. Oh, there's a whole bunch of real serious rain, sort of hovering all around that could hit me a bit later. So that's the angry weather report. Holy shit, Abigail, Uber Eats doesn't have a support number. You're 57th in line for their online chat. Also, Uber Eats is a thoroughly fucking evil company. Not the delivery drivers. They are evil for what they do to the delivery drivers, and they are evil for what they do to the venues that are making the food. Fucking Jesus. All those food delivery companies, as far as I know, are fucking garbage. They're just awful. And yes, it's become a very necessary service for a lot of people. So no criticism of people who use it. Certainly no criticism of the drivers, or at least most of the drivers. I'm sure some of the drivers are actually fucking horrible, but most of them are fine. But the people behind these companies are fucking pirates, and not in a good way. They're just scum. They're absolute scum. Yeah, there should be some sort of communal thing where both drivers get decent pay and the venues get paid properly for the stuff they produce. Kirsten, you've had post-viral fatigue? Yeah. Last one, I had like stomach flu. There was a swine flu going around a few years ago, which I got. And oof, the intense bit, which lasted like 24, 36 hours, that was not good. But it was, and I got it ultimately so mild, it was like 3-4 days before I felt right. Some people, it's weeks or months. So yeah. Lemonheads, hello. Oh no, concert got cancelled. Fuck it. God damn. Musical Aviator used Deliveroo. Started 5 minutes after you arrived back from flying. Didn't have anything useful in his test fridge. Again, Deliveroo is also a fucked company. Again, it's not fucked to use them. They're just a fucked company. And there we go. Used to avoid Uber Eats. Other ones had service so bad made Uber look like saints. And drivers for the others would run off for your food. Jesus. Yeah, again, the entire thing is fucked, and there should be sort of an legal makes it sound like I mean the cops. I mean a legislative interception of all this, because it's just these companies, Uber and the rest of them, are being allowed to do shit that's fucking criminal. And there needs to be a regulatory solution to it. Hello, Laura, by the way. How are you doing? Good to see you. This is music over. I think she learned how to do during lockdown, actual quarantine for food delivery. Yeah, we can't be fucked. My offspring use the food delivery things regularly. I hardly ever do, for a number of reasons that I've basically already listed. I try very hard to buy directly from the people who are making the food. But then again, I don't suffer from either chronic fatigue, chronic pain, or lack of a driver's license. So I can do that. Yeah, I think it's kind of important when I point out these companies are evil. Is definitely not saying people who use the companies are evil. Justin, a lot of us have seriously relied on the internet big time. at the last 18 months of the pandemic. Yeah, Abigail, it does my head in that no one's done an ethical sort of food delivery service. It's like we need to be far more open, just like how fucking evil these companies are. And Tommy, it is good to tip the drivers for DoorDash, etc., because you're absolutely right. They are ripped off and abused. Again, the companies behind them, evil as fuck. Yeah, musical aviator. If you've got severe sleep apnea, it can very much contribute to chronic fatigue and even quite serious illnesses. Not that chronic fatigue is not serious. I don't know why I said it like that. But yes. And apparently with my one, when I had the test done, I was only in the mid-range with the what do you call it, 35 events per hour. And apparently some people are like 60, 70, 90. So people stopping breathing every 20 or 30 seconds during the night, that's not good. Whereas with me, it was like every 90 seconds, something like that. But yeah. But now I've got my machine and I'm better. Laura, yeah, if you're up for Angry Bunch, why not? I'll put the link there. Let me see. Oh, what the fuck? My fucking laptop, seriously. And I think AD is back. Are you back?
Just about.
Just about?
Yes. I'm crashing into things. I've got to sort of stop this. I don't think I'm going to get any taller. What if I push that there? It's about as tall as I can get.
No, that's good. It's all good. We just got to this point of talking about sleep apnea. Lemonhead saying their boyfriend told them didn't breathe for 2 minutes. You were like, why didn't you wake up? Yeah, apparently my night in the hospital for the sleep test, my longest one was not that long, but it was over 45 seconds. 45 seconds of not breathing, apparently. So sleep apnea fucks you. Apparently that whole not breathing thing is bad. And I don't just mean for the suffocating thing. Apparently it puts stress on your heart particularly and other organs. Yeah, it's not good.
And your brain also. It helps you get aneurysms. I have a terrible confession to make. I heard my old man have sleep apnea once and stop breathing for 3 minutes. And didn't do anything about it.
But okay, to be fair, what would your old man have done if you shook him awake and said, you're not breathing? He would have punched you.
No, he would have gone, really? I'm going, yeah, man. It was like 3 minutes. I thought I better wake up. Oh, shit. Oh, I do feel a bit out of breath. Oh, yeah. Shit.
But it's also the snoring. 99.
And then he would have gone straight back to bed and snored. Yeah.
99.99%.
But it wasn't the snoring for me. It was like maybe this time. And then just as I was thinking, what the fuck are you doing? He started breathing.
Yeah.
I was just going, come on, dude. And it bothered me for days afterwards. I thought, you kind of really nearly just let him die. Like, if he was shot, would you have just, like, watched him bleed out? Or done something about it? And I was thinking, fuck, maybe you've got to fucking fix up your relationship, dude. But what I was going to do while you were busy making a cocktail video was I was going to give my treatise on how to do an online apology, particularly TikTok, particularly Instagram, how it's done correctly. Do you think that is worthwhile? Well,
look, you can start having conversations because Laura's here. Hello, Laura.
Hello, Laura. How you doing?
Oh gosh, I have been so sick the last couple of days.
Oh no.
I just Tuesday evening I just started to feel, kind of like, I don't know, so I can't even nail it down. My stomach was a bit queasy and I just got so dehydrated. Honestly, I was peeing bitter Now, what I mean by bitter, the color of bitter, like real ale, it was like that.
Ooh.
That was what the toilet looked like afterwards, and of course, that's still going to have half of that, which is normal water or whatever.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Oh gosh, I was so dehydrated. I had a headache for 3 days, and I have no idea what happened to Thursday.
Oh,
Okay, that'll do it. That'll do it every time.
Yeah,
Do
it was
you know what caused this illness?
no clue.
Did it
No.
go away?
I'm on the edge of it. My stomach feels a bit queasy still.
Okay.
The rest of it's fine.
Did you eat something unusual or worse, usual?
No, not really.
Damn. So it could have come from anywhere.
The only thing I can think of is maybe I got a bit of the flu bug because I've been a little bit congested as well.
Yeah.
So it's congested, dehydrated,
I have heard
headache.
that the flu round Britain this year the summer flu round Britain this year has been a biatch.
Yeah, I have had the vaccine for it as well, so hopefully it's not going to be too hard. But when I say I didn't see Thursday, I would just go to sleep for hours and then get up for a bit and then feel tired again and go back to bed. I woke up at about 7:15 and thought, oh my gosh, it's late, but I'm going to go to bed and have a nap. And next thing you know, it's Friday at 1 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
In fact, it wasn't 7 o'clock in the morning that I thought it was on Thursday. It was 7 o'clock in the evening. I couldn't tell the difference between it's dark because it's now nighttime or it's dark because the sun hasn't come up yet because it's morning.
Boss of the house.
Well, I'm not going to point at anyone, but I've had a panicked call from him at 10:30 a.m. on a Sunday when it was actually daylight and saying, "Oh no, I missed the stream." And I'm so confused, and I'm going, "What?" He goes, "It'll be over now, won't it? It's 10:30." And I went, "A.m. on Sunday," and he's like, "What?" Yeah. So I'm not pointing at anyone, but
All the while, boss of the house is laughing his ass out in the background, going, "Yeah, no, really." Because I've gone, "Oh, fuck, I've missed the stream. I better call Angry." "Yeah, you better," says it, boss.
Oh, he was egging you on. Oh, no.
He would do it every time. He would do it every fucking time. He would go, "Yeah, no, ring up. Oh, yeah, you'd better ring up your doctor. Oh, yeah, you'd better ring." Like, I'd ring up the doctors and it'd be like nighttime and they go, "Oh, you've got to call during office hours." "Oh, fuck, I've really missed it. Oh, it's really bad." And then, he just shit himself laughing, going, "Oh, you're a munted loser." And I'm going, "Don't say that. You like me."
I also have to admit,
because I changed Besser blocks to his feet and threw him over St Kilda Pier, so he's probably rotting by now. I just admitted to murder on air, didn't I? He's fine. He's fine. Trust me, he's fine. He's made some really nice lights. Actually, they're very pretty. I'm glad to hear that you're getting better, Laura, and I'm very unhappy to hear that you were sick. You'll also be unhappy to hear that Dr. Abigail is actually quite ill and can't get any food. And the delivery drivers, today was our first sort of half day of freedom here in Victoria, Australia, because we've been locked down forever, right? And sort of everybody was sort of allowed out, and the shops were sort of half allowed to open. And so basically everyone was out and about, and we think what's happened is the delivery drivers have gone, "I've worked 12 hours a day for fucking 7 days a week for fucking 388 days. I'm having a day off." And so poor old poor old Abigail can't get any food. I don't have a driver's license. They won't let me drive because I have seizures, because they think it's so not funny when I have a seizure when I'm driving. I think it's hilarious because it's like Herbie goes to Hollywood. The car goes all over the place and it goes over, jumps and under 18 wheelers, and everybody thinks it's funny as, especially when you go through little lines of school kids with their yellow raincoats on, and a splash. They all go up like a splash, and yeah, everyone says no, you're not allowed to go driving when you're seizing, because it's also a bit disco driving too, because you punch the pedals 1 2 1 2, you know, do a bit of brake, bit of clutch, bit of accelerator, bit of brake, bit of clutch, bit of accelerator, and you sort of and no one really knows where you're going, and neither do you, really. You wake up later in hospital going, why am I chained to the bed and why are police looking at me? So if I was allowed to drive, I'd borrow a car and I'd go and take Abigail something to eat, but I'm not allowed to. So I was thinking of getting on a tram and taking something to eat to Abigail, but then I was thinking also, well, I've got a really fragile immune system. Would I be taking more ill to her or taking more ill away from her? Either way, not good, but I'm more worried about taking more ill to her, because there's usually something wrong with me at any one time. And at the moment, I've got kidneys that feel like they're on fire, and I've got ribs that feel like they're broken. And that feels more diseasey than ribs breaky. So I'm worried that if I go to Dr. Abigail's on the tram with food, which was ridiculous because for the first time in my life, I've actually got more money than not. And it was because I was too sick to spend it. Crazy, right? And I could actually afford to buy Abigail some food, but I can't get it to her without making her more ill.
Yeah.
There's got to be a way around this. There
Hopefully
has to be a way around this.
I'm going to leave you two to chat. I'm going to make myself an old-fashioned.
Do that. Also, Laura.
You know, before you do, actually, Angry, I do want to point out, I did a really stupid thing while being dehydrated and not feeling too great.
Right.
And it's all your fault.
Drinking alcohol.
I had another one of the pina colada things. It's like, you know what?
I'm
going to wait until I feel better before trying that one again.
Yeah, dehydrated and sick is not the best time to drink alcohol.
Nice one, Angry. We blame you.
Yes, all my fault, clearly.
In my innocence, I have no real understanding about alcohol to that level. So
Laura,
I can just blame it all on you.
And live and learn. I look at you and I think the things that I wouldn't do to take that innocence and tear it into little pieces and put it on a smut-ridden wall. But, you know, that's just me. Don't be. Can
I just give you a little suggestion? There are things that you should say, words that should come out of your mouth, and words that should remain inside your head. Some of those may have just been uttered of the latter.
Some of them should stay inside-y thoughts, not outside-y thoughts. I was going to ask you, Laura, I've been working on doing internet apologies, live video apologies for Twitch and for TikTok and for what was the picturesque? What's the one where you take pictures?
Instagram.
Yeah, Instagram. And I've been working on the apology that happens. Do you think that would be useful for our community to know how to do a proper apology?
Yes, I suppose. This almost sounds like a what was it? My Name is Earl, I think it is. That almost sounds a bit like that.
Possibly.
My name is Easy.
Possibly. I've basically taken a lot of apologies I've seen and I've put them together and gone, this is how it's done. And I just wanted to see if that it worked for everyone here. So Laura, I wonder if I could get you to keep an eye on the stream for us to see if I'm really going out the wrong direction here, or if I'm really getting it right, and just give me some pointers as I'm going. Is that okay?
I can try.
Thank you. I'd appreciate that. Okay, so I'll begin. And you've got to start with a big deep breath. Start with a big deep breath. So this is really hard for me. I didn't want to have to make this video, but I thought it was important to let and make sure your mascara doesn't run. Okay. I thought it was important for you to know the real me. I've been attacked lately in a lot of the social media about some of the things that I said that have been totally taken out of context. And I think that people need to know that some of my best friends are Jews and are black and have sexualities that are different to the way that the good Lord put upon us. I prayed upon it, and the Lord put upon my heart that it was a sad thing for so many people to misunderstand what I truly meant when I said that slavery was good in its place. And I want you all to know, so you've got to cry properly. Cry gently. The cry's got to come in, slowly. Don't cry all at once, because that looks very fake. You've got to cry gently. I want you all to know that I'm very sorry that a lot of people thought that I'd done badly. What does that say?
Nothing.
I just can't read it, that's all. If I could read it, it'd be cool. Oh, I can't. Hang on. Here you go. Try again. Uh-oh, where is this going? Oh, trust me, you know where it's going. You know exactly where it's going. I feel bad that a lot of people saw the bad things that I've done, and that a lot of people have criticized what I've done. And I would like to apologize to anyone who at any stage feels that they can't support me in my journey to get fully cleansed of this moment. I don't want to carry on the feud between me and Jack of all trades. But Jack of all trades is wrong when they say that just because they've read a few pages of Wikipedia that they're right about things, when I know in my heart that there's no evidence that 6 million Jews disappeared, that's probably the right way to go. I can't really go on. I'm just going to cut, edit, cut and paste. And so, I think with your support, we can get stronger and come back better than we have before. So thank you for all your kind words. And thank you for your kind comments, of which there's been 55,000 exactly, and they all sound very similar every third time. And there's been exactly 55,000 likes as well. So that doesn't sound like they're bought. And I want you to know that I'm going to come back a better person from this. that's how you do a proper apology. What do we got here? Oh my God, what's he going to say next? That's it. It's done. It's done. And what you've effectively done is said fuck all, said sorry to no one, and said sorry that you got caught, not sorry that anyone actually got pissed off. And that's how you say sorry on Instagram, Twitch, and
YouTube.
Twitter doesn't do video, and TikTok. It's brilliant. I've been following the form now for ages. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to write out one of those forms where all you do is just put in the slots in the form what it is you were supposed to have done, and then you just read that out, and then you're good to go. Get making videos again. So does anyone have any suggestions as to what I can put in to make that apology better?
Make it sound like it's an actual apology, not a sort of an apology. That's the big one.
No, it's got to be a sort of an apology. Can't be an actual apology. Can't ever admit you've ever done anything wrong.
Okay, the main thing to do for something like that is to then blame the person who you're
apologizing. Yeah, but you do that 2 videos later.
Because I once made a funny, and I was making fun. So there's a guy on the internet, and I've probably mentioned him before. His name is Jason Burns. And he's one of these like street preachers who thought you could go on the internet and do it. And like an example of, his unfortunate mentality was that he said that like he meets loads of people on the street, and the atheists there, they're all nice, but the ones on the internet, they're all horrible and everything. And the reason for this is that the average person on the street doesn't care about God, not God stuff. They really don't care. If I'm an atheist, I'll just meet you on the street. It's like, okay.
Remember, that's a very European thing, though. It's not a very United States thing. It's a very European
thing. He's British as well.
Yeah, right.
In fact, I got into what is called the Great Debate community through Jason Burns, because I met him on the street and then discovered he had a YouTube channel and met some of the people he was complaining about. So what he would do is, I missed a section. When you're on the internet and you're going through going through YouTube, when you type something in the search part,
yes,
you're going to get what you look for generally. And so, and of course, if you're watching atheist type content, and then you've got in the sidebar all the other videos that you could watch on a similar topic, you're going to come across other stuff as well.
Yes, you can.
And that's how you come across this guy. And so what his problem was that he basically went on the internet. He said, Jesus is the right thing because reason. Science isn't true because so-and-so. And the people who understand the science go, no, Jason, you're wrong because ABC thing in science says, no, that's not, creationism isn't true. And, all sorts of other topics and a similar mindset. So rather than accept that some people have different positions, Jason Burns took it personally and then started to attack people. And then people would respond to the attack type stuff. And then he goes, all these people on the internet, they're so horrible. They're purely based reacting to him and his arseholery. So he's the kind of person that would make an apology and then blame it on you for calling me out for saying something horrible. If you hadn't done that, none of this would have happened. None of this problem would have happened. So it's all your fault, ultimately.
If you didn't have a 4-year-old vagina, I wouldn't have had to take you, to bed that night, which I have heard men say, and I've watched police and try not to punch them.
Now, an example. So what happened was one of my friends, Fiona, she is a Catholic.
Yeah.
And but she's a lovely, wonderful person, one of my best friends. She has no dandruff problems because she's head and shoulders shorter than I am. She's 5 foot nothing, but like I say, she's a wonderful Scottish lady, and like comes up with some amusing little comments, some of which I've used on these chats. Like, for example, I wouldn't piss them on when they're on fire, but I might be tempted to beat the flames out with a shovel.
Yeah,
that's one I've got from her.
Yeah.
Anyway, so what happened was we used to take part in this show called Talking Shit Tuesday, and it's basically talking about the stupid shit that's been said in the latest, the last week of, stuff that happened in our little circle of stuff that goes on. So, for example, some idiot who thinks by talking quickly and using sciencey sounding language, he sounds like he understands what the science is. But if you're actually a scientist, you know that he's just talking out of his ass. Well, him saying that DNA doesn't degrade in water. And
come on.
And it's like, there's a difference between goes into solution and degrade. These are two different things. So, and that went on for like a year.
Fuck.
You talk about this idiot and he just like bring it up again. It's like, oh, here we go again. No, there's the reality, and so on.
Did anyone think to bring pictures? This is water. This is chromosomes. This is chromosomes in water. This is what happens to the chromosomes in water. This is what happens to... Did anyone think to do that?
Well, yes, but unfortunately,
didn't happen.
He's not really interested in looking and learning.
It's the same sort of thing that happens. You got the moon hoaxes, yeah.
Oh yeah.
The moon hoax denies that and then they had the lunar orbiter. There's someone on the roof. Fuck, I've got to go and fix that in a minute. They had the lunar orbiter taking pictures of the moon, and they took pictures of all of the landing sites of the Apollos. And what they wanted to find out, because one of the big debates is, would the flags still be red, white, and blue, or would the sun have faded them over time? Because they were nylon flags. Yeah. And they found, and there was a big debate over yes or no, and they found, right, 3 of them no, 2 of them yes. Because of the different dyes they used. That was it. That was the only reason. And so the big debate never got fixed because, one of them faded, 2 of them were white, 2 of them were really bright. And they also pinpointed where the laser mirrors were to make sure that they were still there. Okay. The laser mirrors are very important because of all the evidence of the moon landings in Texas. Still to this day, they shoot a very powerful green laser at the moon every night that they can see it, and they bounce the laser light off these mirrors that were left there by the Apollos. And the time that it takes the light to get there, bounce, come back, and be reflected gives you an exact distance between you and the moon. Mm-hmm. Yeah, makes sense. If you shoot laser light at dust, it doesn't bounce. It stays there, going high. I'm not doing anything. And these moon hoaxes have been told again and again and again, you can't get laser light to do that unless you've got a mirror up there. So someone would have had to leave a mirror there. Those someones were the Apollo people. And they go, oh, no, you could have faked that with... And by that point, they were going, well, what? Okay, you can't get beyond that. And then they said, here's the lunar orbiter. Here's the pictures. There's the pictures. Can you see the pictures? And they go, you faked the pictures. And they go, that's it. Right. I've got nothing. I have got nothing. I have spent millions of dollars on a satellite showing you pictures of the moon and the landing sites. I can't do better than that unless I take you in a spacesuit and look at it. which I'm not going to spend the money on.
No.
And so
This is the old story of they don't care about what is true; they only care about what they want to be true, and we'll dismiss everything else.
yeah.
So just to
And
go through, no, but sorry, coming in here. Just say nobody and somebody joining us. Hello,
Hey,
gentlemen.
Greetings, friends.
Hello.
How you doing?
Not too bad, not too bad. As most of you probably know, a friend and I, a different friend from this guy, he's also a good friend though. A friend and I have moved into a new digs. I'm still getting the tidying up done, as you can see by the scenery behind me.
It's cleaner than my house, brother, and I've been here 13 years.
Yeah, I'm still working on getting it better. So my new housemate, we both had to break lease. My real estate have actually been really cool about the whole thing. Didn't charge me an early exit fee. Really understanding about it. There's a tenant actually moved in the day of the key handover.
Right,
Things
so
got a
that's
bit close.
this.
Worked
Yeah,
out.
it's
Yeah.
done.
And
Yeah.
the agent just walked around and said, "Yep, all right, cool. Give you one back. Sweet."
Mm.
So my friend who keeps much cleaner house than I do, whose landlord basically froze the rent because he's been such a model tenant.
Yeah.
His agency gave him a one-pager of things that they decided weren't good enough, including statements such as floors not 100%. Yeah, right?
What are they?
Exactly.
100% what?
A part wall? I mean,
Yeah, exactly right. They fucked with the wrong person because he and I have just put together with with my writing ability, 1.5 pages of very, very angry letter, giving them a sound bollocking.
Yeah. Good. How long
Because
did your
I'm not bad at writing
stay
angry
in
letters.
that house?
Sorry?
How long did your friend stay in that house?
He moved in 2018.
Okay,
And he
because you're
turned-
allowed, is it 10 or 15% damage per year that you
It's
stay there?
Well, I don't know if that's a
5
state in Queensland or not.
But
the thing
it's-
is,
yeah.
Sorry, Angry. The thing
No,
is,
I was just going to say here it's 10%, but go, mate.
the home is in better condition than how he found it. This is what's so absurd
Oh,
about it.
okay. Well, fuck.
When
fuck
he
him.
moved in there, the front garden was absolute chaos. It was the grass in the front was not mowed at all. There was a hedge around the front that was just absolute shit. There was vines entangling everything, and it just looked like shit. He went and bought equipment to maintain the hedge. He built a little shed in the backyard to store his equipment. The backyard was just chaotic mess. There was the rear lawn consisted mainly of red dirt and bindies. There was more of that than any actual grass. And what grass did exist?
A bindi
prickles.
is a bindi burr. It's a very prickly, small berry.
Horrible
It
bloody
comes
weed.
off a grass-like substance, and if
Stick
it
in
gets
your
in your
feet.
foot, it will hurt you.
Yeah, horrible.
And one of the classic Australian games for a child is to run around out the back in bare feet, running around in the bindies.
Yeah, very bad, very unpleasant experience. So, completely prickle free. Now it is a lush, thick green lawn. And Nettie, the advice about taking photos, we have before and after photos. Don't worry about that.
Booyah.
The backyard had overgrown trees and a bamboo infestation. And it was sort of insidious stuff. It was 4 to 5 layers thick. We ruined ourselves on many occasions digging that shit out.
Yes.
And we've done such a good job that it hasn't come back yet.
Wow.
Yeah, I know, right?
Wow.
And we fixed things in the dwelling. Now, there are things that we couldn't fix for predominantly legal reasons, like a gas hot water system that had a blockage somewhere and was burning a bright yellow flame that was engulfing the whole fucking system when it actually came on. That took 3 years to get sorted. That
That
in
bright
fact, that,
yellow flame, by the way, is causing carbon monoxide.
yes,
And if
it's
it
extremely
blew
dangerous. That's
properly, it
right.
would have killed everyone in the house. Just saying.
It's, luckily, the hot water system was outside the dwelling, because exactly right. That's it. It was running pure gas almost. There was parts of the fittings that were rusted away completely. This thing was a house fire waiting to happen.
God damn. Yeah.
And there have been 3 property managers come through before someone finally sent a gas fitter out to inspect this. And the problem was raised at least 2 years ago, probably 3.
Yeah.
Wow.
Not impressive.
No,
There was a
not at
power
all.
point on one of the walls that was loose. So there we go. Use that power point. You might inadvertently pull the power point out of the wall and get electrocuted. That never got fixed for a couple of years.
Yeah.
So now agents would come and do the property inspection, and they'd leave little notes saying what a pleasure it was to inspect this property because it was so meticulously clean. Imagine our surprise, and I put this all in the letter. The first 3 paragraphs are just explaining how good the place is compared with how it was.
Yeah.
Imagine
And
our
then
surprise,
on
man.
to say things like basically accuse them of power tripping. And yeah, I'll tell you what, when the final draft is ready, excluding a few details for probably legal reasons,
Yeah,
I might even share it with you.
that'd be great. That'd be great.
'Cause,
I'll
yeah,
enjoy the shit out of
it's a
that.
powerful letter.
Yes.
Yeah.
I love that.
Good man. I love it. Because fuck it when they go bad. I mean, I
It's
will
a page
give.
and a half long.
It's a good
Yes.
ironclad middle finger. Very ironclad
Yes.
middle finger.
Yeah,
They're
they're
great.
getting a thorough kicking out of me.
It's a good Roger.
On the flip
It's
side-
signed off with yours disgustedly.
Oh,
oh,
nice.
That's a nice touch right at the end.
on the flip side of that, I have a very, very good relationship with my landlord, landlady, and real estate agent because I am the caretaker of this block of flats. And one of the first things I ever said to them when we had a meeting was I said, I understand that what we're doing here is it's a business venture to form a profitable exchange out of a decent living arrangement for people so that the owners can make a profit and the tenants can have a very good place to live. And it's my job to make that relationship run as smooth as possible. And everyone around the table went, and relaxed and said, yep, that's what we're doing here. That is our mission statement. That is what we're doing. And if anyone falls outside that mission statement, they're gone. And every time one of us fucks up, the other 2 parties gently taps us on the shoulder and said, do you want to maybe come back to the mission statement? And we go, yeah, maybe I should.
That's something positive I'll share with you.
Every now and again, the landlord and lady will go, we just don't have the cash to do the stuff we need to do. We need to hold everyone off or to sideswipe it somehow. If anyone's got any ideas, do that. And we do. We come up with ideas that'll work for everyone to be happy. And every now and again, we get a tenant doing something foolish. And recently, there's been a new clause that says you are in for a probationary time of 3 months, and if you fuck up in that 3 months, you're gone. And it's been a godsend because we've had a few people come in and fuck up really badly, and they're gone. We needed that because we had a particularly bad tenant who we couldn't get rid of for nearly a year and who cleared the house, who got rid of all but 4 people in the house and made the profitability of the place almost non-existent. So essentially, it's a good place to live. It's a good place to have things to happen. And my real estate agent showed me a letter that he'd written some other tenant at another house. that they were getting rid of. And this tenant wouldn't get out for 18 months. Had pushed and pulled and pushed and pulled and wouldn't get out for 18 months. And by the time they got out, they had wrecked the place. They had absolutely wrecked the place. And this agent had to write a letter to the courts saying what had gone on. And I got to have a look at this letter, and the detail and the venom that this letter had to come down was just extraordinary. I hadn't heard this guy talk like this, but it was just the most politely written "fuck you" I'd ever heard in my life.
And they're the most powerful ones, aren't they?
And
I mean, when you just put it plainly, it actually doesn't hold a lot of weight. But when you do it with class and style,
well, the best line for me was, "Can you imagine our surprise, shock, and disgust when we found the sexually abused goat locked up in the laundry?" That, for me, was the line of the letter. If that doesn't get a judge's attention, fucking nothing will.
holy shit!
The veterinarian bill, which we were happy to take on, which we are expecting to take out of the tenants' fine, because they went so far beyond the bond. They went, "We're fining you." We expect to take the veterinarian bill beyond the fine. Went well into the $15,000 to $16,000 mark. This goat that they'd apparently fucked. And I was just going,
Words escape
how
me.
do you do that and expect that that's going to be okay? And he said, "Oh, I don't care, man. We just wanted to fuck them up any way we could." And we fucked this goat on a whim, and we said we're having them for it. And we were going to do it on hearsay, but then we found the fucking goat, took it to a vet, and the vet said, "Yeah, the goat's been fucked."
Oh, okay, yes, good. I haven't said hello yet. Micro USB, who came in very excitedly.
Hey,
all
Micro.
caps, I'm here.
Hey, John.
And he thinks I look like someone he used to work with when I dress like this. My cocktail making clothes. Which I was trying to trace this back, and I remembered it was a joke at the start of the lockdown thing when we were working from home, because used to have casual Fridays in the workplace. So we came up with formal Fridays because we were just at home, like in our pajamas all week. So dress up on a Friday. And then it became how I dressed up to make cocktails. So speaking of which, I'm going to make another cocktail. The one I just knocked off, which was good for those who were wondering, was whiskey and rye whiskey and Applejack, so apple brandy and brandy. That was good. This one's called a Navy Strength. So we go Navy Strength rum and Navy Strength gin, which sounds very weird.
Nice.
I want to give it a go.
Now,
Apparently, this was like a house drink at a place called the Queen Mary Tavern in Chicago. So,
okay, I need to have a little. I've had an idea. I don't know whether this is any use at all.
jump in.
Is there any kind of alcohol with the name Shanghai in it?
You mean a cocktail or a
I don't know. I don't know. Doesn't really matter. Because of course, there's a thing when it came to, the Navy. They didn't always conscript people. They basically just rustled up some people, and it was called Shanghaiing.
Shanghaiing.
So I just had the wonderful idea of having Navy Strength and Shanghai and putting it together, and
Guys, I've got to go and deal with this.
That is excellent. You know where I'd go, Laura, straight away? There's a popular drink called a Singapore Sling, and I would make that with Navy Strength spirits and call it the Shanghai Sling. See, excellent thinking on your part.
There is a Shanghai cocktail.
Oh, of course there is. There's everything cocktail. What's in the Shanghai cocktail? Nobody?
I've no idea. I just Googled.
Sorry, I also want to answer Micro USB's question. He read that some of our states don't want to open it, and it's basically you're talking about Western Australia, only Western Australia, possibly Queensland.
Jab one, finally got it.
Don't want to open their border till there's 90% vaccination, as opposed to 80%. Those are smaller states with smaller populations, but I think New South Wales has already hit 80% of the eligible population double vaccinated. Victoria will hit that in another week, and everyone will be 90+% vaccinated by December. So it's actually not that big a thing. Everyone, once we got to this stage, like everyone goes, lockdown sucks. We hate it so much. Everyone's been going mad for vaccine.
I've got to share this with you.
Do it, yeah.
I have been dragging the chain a bit because just everything going on and everything, dragging the chain. But I finally got the first Pfizer jab on Thursday. Better late than never, right?
Yeah, go for it, man. Yeah.
Waiting in line behind me was basically an anti-vaxxer.
Oh, God. Okay.
Whining like a bitch. Because she's got to travel interstate and needs vaccination. She was complaining about how she didn't believe in it and all this sort of shit. You know, and she's go, oh, God, blah, 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 blah. And everyone else just looking around going, calm down, ballsack.
Yeah.
And I turned around and looked at her very calmly and I said, for what it's worth, if it's any comfort to you, statistically speaking, you are far less likely to have complications from the vaccine than if you get COVID.
Yeah. There is literally...
And I just said it calmly and kindly and turned
which is nice.
Away.
You're a calm and kind man, and I like
I
it.
have my moments.
He is.
Until
He
Mr.
is,
Bum's
isn't he?
cage gets open.
And you can be very reassuring.
Right.
when you try.
Fuck him up.
Yeah. But yeah, if anyone who was genuinely vaccine hesitant who wanted some encouragement, I would very calmly say to someone you are right. Complications are possible. But it's like
I know there's a couple of people I know. One of whom is in the church, and she's not anti-vaxxer per se, just worried about the potential. And I said, well, statistically speaking, it's far safer to get the vaccine than not. If you do get COVID, you are statistically far more likely to get dangerously ill with it.
Yeah.
I mean, you might not. There's heaps of asymptomatic people, but you might.
Yeah.
And our congregation at this church are mostly older people.
Yes.
If that
Older
gets
people
loose-
particularly. Yeah.
If that gets loose, that could wipe out our church.
Exactly. You don't want that.
You know,
in
there
fact-
was one idiotic conspiracy theorist about how dangerous it is when, if someone like 15 people in Norway died, like right after taking the vaccine, kind of thing.
Yeah. And they were all old people.
They were all in their 80s, and there's a
Yeah.
high probability of them just dropping dead at any moment.
Yes.
For people that
Yeah.
age.
People in older age groups. Yeah. So thankfully, the only thing I've had is like slightly sore arm. It's like a bruise.
Yeah. I had chills. I had
big
the night
fucking
I had my first one, I had chills
Were
and
they multiplying?
yeah, and no, I've told this story before, but I still find it funny. In the middle of the night, I had the chills, and I realized I was, you know, when you have the flu, sometimes you feel really weak.
Yep.
I felt really weak,
Totally.
and I was like, and I've woken Mrs. Angry up because I'm shaking, and she's going, I got the chills, and we had this weighted blanket on the end of the bed, and I tried to pull it up, and I went, I'm not strong enough to pull up the she had to pull it up and put it on me. And then I'm like, thank you. And then a couple of hours later, the chills had passed and the weighted blanket was too hot. And I went to push it off, and it took like all of my effort to get this weighted blanket off me. And I'm like, "Ugh." And then it was all bunched up, and I tried to push it off the bed, and it was just too heavy. And I'm like, it stays there. I'm too weak. And in the morning, I was fine, but it was it was so silly how I was during the night.
Yeah, pretty much.
One of the
negative complications at all.
One of the negative side effects of being trans, I can't have man flu anymore.
You don't have that
bummer.
excuse anymore.
That's
Oh,
such a
no,
bummer.
see?
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like when women talk about the pain of childbirth and all these other things. You say, you almost understand what it's like to be a man, and we get a mild cold. It's just It's just it's terrible.
When I had my vaccination, I went through 2 days of I felt awful.
Yeah.
I had it
That's
on
common.
had it on a Friday afternoon. This was the first one. And that night, by the time it was like midnight-ish, I was absolutely freezing. My hands were like this. I couldn't keep them still. I was freezing cold to my core. And I went to bed, and like an hour later, I still couldn't sleep because I was freezing cold. And so I decided to get up, and I had a hot shower, and that was enough to cool me down.
That's good
to
thinking.
warm me up enough. So that warmed me up enough. Warmed me up enough, and I managed to go to bed afterwards. And then I
just
woke up
lay in bed being pathetic. But anyway.
and I woke up in the morning dripping with sweat.
Yep.
And that was after 2 duvets on me over me as well. And then I just sort of felt like weak, and my joints hurt, and my muscles hurt. And then that night went exactly through the same thing again. And I woke up in the morning sweating on the Sunday, and then by Sunday afternoon, it just went. I didn't have a getting better. I just feeling awful, felt just fine.
Yeah, I just needed to get a proper night's sleep. The first night I didn't get proper sleep, and so I was a bit bleh the next day. Next night I got proper sleep, but all done.
Yep. I was doing.
By the way,
today.
quick thing for micro USB. I hadn't passed out. I was painting my nails.
Yes, you were looking down, and Micro USB had just come down, and all he saw was your head down like that. And he said, and you looked up, and he goes, "Oh my god, I thought Laura had passed out." And I was just...
So I've got some notably autumn colours.
Oh wow, that's a great color.
Nice.
Oh, it's colours, isn't it? It's different colors.
Yellow and an orange.
I like it.
Oh, that
I've been thinking, you know what? With the oranges, I'm tempted to use them for Halloween. Just sort of paint some black eyes.
That's a good Halloween color.
Zigzaggy mouth.
Good Halloween color.
You should totally do it.
I like that. Tommy's saying, anti-vaxxers are Alex Jones viewers. Yeah. And also, you can bet Alex Jones is fully vaccinated. All those pricks, and they're worse in America than anywhere else, I think. All those pricks who are trying to curry favor with the conspiracy theorists and the anti-vaxxers, like Ron Paul and all those, they're vaccinated out the fucking wazoo. They got the vaccine the first moment they could, and they're just sucking up to the lunatic fringe.
Sad and pathetic, isn't it? Really?
Yeah,
sad.
it is. So after that thing is Halloween popular in the UK. It started. It's a Celtic festival, Samhain. It looks like, okay, and this is my little tip to everyone. It looks like Sam Hain when it's written out, but it's Gaeilge. It's the Gaelic language. It's counterintuitive. It's pronounced Samhain. So, and that's the origin of Halloween. Samhain is the origin of Halloween. That's I think it's Irish rather than Scottish, but it's Gaelic. It's a Gaelic festival. So
yes, it's popular for kids primarily, but the idea of like having a party in the evening and dressing up in costumes, not really much of a thing.
Yeah,
that's more an Americanization of it.
It is. And I mean, I like dressing up in slutty Halloween costumes, but you know, that's me. And I don't go out. That's just in the house. That's just
yeah.
And it's like my offspring are lucky they just stay in their room playing online games with their friends, because if they came out and saw me in a Halloween costume, they would definitely just stay in their room for the day. So throwing it out there.
By the way,
Abigail doesn't understand why anyone would want to wear any color other than black or dark versions of purple or blue. That's very Melbourne of you, Abigail, and I applaud it.
By the way, did you see what I did to Wadesy when he was talking, when he and I were talking?
No, what did you do?
He was doing an apology thing, and I've got this kind of.
Where's this? Oh yeah, no. But he had just rehearsed. He had pre-rehearsed an all-purpose apology. Yeah.
Yeah, and that one.
What's he going to say next? Yeah, that I'm on board with that, Laura. That is good.
Yeah. Nice thing about using Sharpies for this kind of thing is that they show through. So if you if the screen is reversed
If it's
and
mirrored,
like
yeah.
if it's mirrored and that's the opposite way around, all I have to do is just go over it again, but backwards. You know.
Laura, you're
So
talking
nobody,
about.
I feel like you want to say something. Yeah.
You're
And
talking
you know,
about.
and the other thing that's great about it is that this idea came about from someone who is known for his Sharpie usage, and that was, you know, I'm better than Trump. Thought bubble, which is always true.
It's not a particularly big statement, though, is it? Being better than Trump?
No, it's a
It's
very
not
low
difficult to
bar.
achieve.
I'm better than Trump. Very low
I've
bar.
got
It
I've got
was
a cat
it
who
was a
scratches
little
who's
it was
better
a
than
touch
Trump.
of it was a touch of snark from someone who tried to say that you know, none of us are better than anyone else. Now,
Yeah.
you know, if they were
Intrinsically.
it's just not true that I am better than
Well,
lots of people.
You know, there was a street magician who had this pretty good remark. He had someone disrupting his show, and somebody will return. He's just grabbing some food. This guy was disrupting the show, just carrying on like fucking wankers, you know. And he said, "As a human being, I love you, but as a man, you're pissing me off."
That's fair. I mean, and also there's a saying, and this is the thing to basically maintain good mental health and a proper sense of self-esteem. There's a saying that gets said, intrinsically, I am no better than anyone else and nobody else is better than me. That's intrinsically as a person. People by their actions definitely can show that their actions are better or worse.
See,
And it's like a joke. One of those positive affirmation things I saw once was the only person you have to be better than tomorrow is the person you saw in the mirror yesterday. And I went, that's cool. But Hitler as well. Yeah. Hitler as well. Be better than Hitler. That's, you know, just keep that in mind. Be better than
actually
Hitler.
It's a really, really good way to look. It's a good philosophy, I think, to be better than you were the previous day. Just constantly looking for ways, how can I be a better version of me? I think that's a really good attitude.
Definitely.
We can't control other people. We can't make other people be anything. If you want to make sure there are good people in the world, be one of them.
Yes, absolutely, 100%. Yes, and I keep bringing up one of my favorite podcasts is the Blind Boy podcast. Irish comedian, was in the music act The Rubber Bandits 10 years ago. But his podcast is great. He talks about mental health a lot, and he does that thing about intrinsic self-worth. He's going like, you need to acknowledge humans are too complex to try and compare each other. There's too many variables. So you need to remember intrinsically, I am no better than anyone else and nobody else is better than me intrinsically. So it's about what you do. It's about what you do.
I mean, I think an important thing, particularly for those with Christian faith. Yep, here I go again.
Go for it, man. Go for it.
I'll keep it brief.
Yeah.
The thing that we must remember, fellow believers must remember, is that spiritually we're all equal standing. It doesn't mean that shitmanship is just as acceptable as a small mistake.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. No, there's people choose their behavior to a large extent. Like Tommy saying he got in trouble at work for an inappropriate Halloween costume. And Mike Rusby said, yeah, that kind of sounds inappropriate for a workplace. And it's like, hey, when I was a kid at school for muck-up day, I dressed up as Hitler. I would expect to be thoroughly condemned if I did that as an adult. And in fact, my excuse was pure ignorance as a kid. I didn't study history. I was in a country town. I was not exposed to diversity.
There are at least two different types of ignorance, probably more, but for the sake of the argument, you have willful ignorance, usually malicious.
Oh, yeah, willful,
you have
malicious ignorance.
Uninformed ignorance. That is basically you don't know any better. And there are a lot of people who don't know any better, and there are a lot of people who choose not to know any better.
Yeah. Yes, there's a difference. And again, that was it's not an excuse, but it's what it was about. Country town 30 years ago, dude, I didn't know better. Okay.
As a kid, I thought the shape of the swastika looked cool. I didn't know what it even meant when I was a kid. Once I kind of learned a few more things, I went, that shape's fucked. But
technically, it's a Hindu symbol for peace. And
that's right.
The Nazis did this weird shit where they commandeered it. Yeah.
A lot of things get hijacked. Religion, politics.
And reversed, it was just a lucky symbol.
Yes. Yeah. And you still get it on some incense packets today. The actual Hindu version of the swastika will be on some packets of
that must
incense
fuck some
today.
people.
Yeah. I posted this picture on Facebook once. There was some festival, not sure which particular sort of Central Asian thing it was, but I think it was Hindu, I'm not sure, but there's this float and there was a kid, and I think he was meant to be symbolizing Krishna, maybe. So there's a kid dressed up in this thing, big float with colors, and there were Hindu swastikas all over it. And I took a picture and put it on social media and said, look, I'm no expert, but I think this is baby Hitler reincarnated and we need to take action. And speaking of baby Hitler reincarnated, it's Abigail.
Oh, that's a little harsh.
She chose then to, oh my God, you're looking, that is a great shade of lipstick, Abigail. I'm loving it.
Thank you.
If I may say.
Oh, sorry, AZ, I muted you because you were making weird noises, but you're back now. There you go.
Abigail, look at you. Look that way.
That way?
The other way. Other way. You're gorgeous.
But only from that side.
Either way.
I just wanted to see all of it. Profile.
Oh, okay.
Where'd you get that?
I put in some effort.
Vampire blood. It's fantastic.
It's Maybelline number 45 liquid lipstick.
Ooh, maybe she's born with it, but it was actually Maybelline. There you go.
I can't actually read what the name of the color is because it's too small for my eyes.
That's okay.
But
and I think
it's like a color stay.
Yeah,
I'm going to call
Mike
it Vampire blood.
Talking about joining us. Micro Ultra Sexy Boy.
I have a similar color.
There you go. That's nice.
Also vampire blood. I'm
gothy.
Very
gothy.
I need to.
I'm biting AIDS on the neck thing going on. I'm okay. I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it.
Need to say that I don't know how long I will last tonight.
Even if you're just here for moments.
I am
wish I could get
not feeling great.
I'm sorry to hear that.
I'm not even assured that I could be in your presence without making you sick, and that really sucks.
What?
I suppose we could send Boss to the house.
I'm so confused right now.
That's okay.
I am
we'll just take it as it comes.
Is there something on your mind, Abigail?
That if I was near you, I might get you sicker. So
okay.
That's what worries me. I would get on a tram and bring you some to eat, but I'm not sure.
Thank you.
As opposed to the usual thing of people being in AZ's company and feeling physically sick as a result of it. So, you open the door, I'm walking through it.
Nettie, I'm not wearing pants at the moment, so
pants optional.
Tell me that. Don't tell me that.
Well, the thing is, this dress.
Is that the back dress?
This is the Velociraptor dress.
Velociraptor. Okay. Very good.
Yeah. No pants. Well, for Laura, pants, but no slacks, no jeans, just underwear and.
Yeah.
And
I've got bare legs too.
Are you okay, Eddie?
When you said pants, I was thinking underwear as well, and I was losing my fucking mind.
Well, I can take those off, but I'll save it for the after party.
Okay, just as a public safety thing, AZ will lose it. So I'm just saying.
Yeah. So I've tried one last time with food.
Yeah.
And I've
cool.
bumped the tip way up. in the
Oh.
hopes that a driver will pick it up.
All right.
And the only restaurant that was open that I had the spoons to order from was a previous order I got for William from McDonald's. So, like, I've got
Okay.
this meat thing coming, and I don't particularly enjoy eating meat, but I'm like, here I am.
Need
So-
must when the devil drives. Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, I don't know how long I'll last tonight,
You've got
and I
numbers, don't you? Abigail?
definitely don't have the energy to put headphones on because
That's
it
okay.
hurts my head. So if I'm echoing, let me know.
Abigail, you've got numbers,
handle
don't
it.
you, for people who are relatively close to you, don't you?
Yes.
Good.
That's good.
And you know to ring those numbers at any time of the day or night, and help will come to you, don't you?
You're
So it's a
making
bit
Abigail
cold.
self-conscious about accepting
Yeah.
help from people.
Yeah,
Well,
I'm
and Abigail, is that there's
Yeah.
lots of
Well,
love here for
Just
you.
know that it's happening.
made a
Lots of love in the
plan.
room, Abigail. That's
You
all
You
know,
I'm
made a
saying.
plant. Nice.
in a nice tumbler
I think
Hey, that's
from a
clever.
cutting
that is nice. That is
That's
lovely.
really clever.
with little
Yeah,
grow
that-
bead
That's
things.
gorgeous.
Yeah.
I think
almost
what
died.
Aidsie's trying to say,
Moisture
Abigail.
beads.
I think what Aidsie's trying to say is there's lots of people around who love you. Don't be
Ugh.
afraid to count on that.
Don't be afraid to count on that.
Well, my chronic fatigue is making it hard to even lift my arms at the moment,
I wish
and
I
my
could say I
chronic,
don't know
I
what
get
that's
that.
like.
my
But I
chronic
do.
pain is making it hard for me to even walk.
I
and-
really, really wish I didn't know what that was like, but I do. So if you need anything, give me a yell, okay?
And I have to
Seriously.
go. Will's not here tonight, but his kitten is, and
Okay.
as you know, his kitten turned out to be a Maine Coon,
Which
so
is getting
he's
big.
a huge fucking kitten. So, and I gotta wrangle him. So if I disappear, it's because I'm chasing a
That's fine.
giant fuck off cat. He's
So
only
I
9
was-
months. He's already like
Getting big.
huge.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
was going to make another old fashioned, but both micro USB and Nettie were making noises like they potentially wanted to join. So speak up in the next 30 or 60 seconds if you're going to join. Otherwise, I'll be incommunicado for 10 minutes or so. But if the gang wants to join, I want the gang to join. So, because it's
Guys,
Friday night.
I am going to fuck off shortly. I have taught you all how to apologise properly on a social media platform. You all know how to do it now. Know when to cry, know when to hold it back, and know who to blame, which is not you.
Yep.
It's someone
Right.
else, and then you start up the feud again 2 days later.
It's, in other words, the Eric Cartman style or the Donald Trump
Exactly.
style. Pretty much every Liberal
Nobody,
Party
you and
politician.
I are going to speak via the electric telephone in the next couple of days,
Mhm.
unless you block me. And Laura,
There's
looking
a
at
thought.
you, thinking naughty things.
Don't, please don't.
Hey,
That thing I said earlier about when the difference between thoughts that should remain in your head and thoughts that should come out of your
Laura,
mouth.
YOLO. Abigail, I love you to death. Angry.
I like you a lot, but given a choice between having sex with you or tap dancing on a bed of angry scorpion, barefoot on a bed of angry scorpions,
Harsh.
while injecting my eyeballs with Happy Shopper bleach and sucking on the contents of a colostomy bag, I'll take the latter.
That's
at least
hard.
say it's close. At least say
That's
it's close.
So you're saying it's not a non-zero possibility then?
That's right.
You're saying definitely
That's what I'm
maybe.
taking
Yeah,
away.
there you go.
That's
Oh,
what I'm
dear
taking
me.
away. Laura, you and me, baby.
Something-
Abigail,
when he was saying,
Hey, Nettie. Hi, Nettie.
hello, Nettie.
Hi, guys.
See ya. Nobody, we're going to chat on the
I'll be
phone.
back in a sec. I have to
Angry,
go
we
fetch a
need to
kitten.
talk soon.
Oh, hello. Sorry.
I've got to go and deal with some shit.
Sorry.
I love yous all. Nettie, you're fabulous. And you're looking fabulous too. What is it all with the cheeks looking fabulous? What's going on?
Us guys are just blessed, aren't we?
Yeah, very much
I got
so.
sparkles on my eyes.
Oh, sparkly. Nice. Nicey.
Do you know
I
what?
actually made a complete mess of my makeup tonight, so
You didn't need to tell us that. Nelly,
it
wouldn't you?
sparkles like all round my eyes.
Do you know what? Anybody watching who wants to zoom back to like earlier when I was chatting with AZ while Angry was making a cocktail and he started to say some things, and you could see me like, and then my mouth just sort of went, kind of like.
But that's what conversations with AZ
And then my
are
eyes
like.
just went like that, and so it's like, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, no, that's what conversations with
that
AZ
is
are
a
like.
big
Oh,
cat.
my God, that cat's so friggin' big.
9 months.
Jesus.
Still like a year and a half of growing. Yeah,
Big ass cat.
he does not like being held,
Hey.
but this is a kitten.
Yeah, we go.
This is a
It's bigger than
bloody
my full-grown
kitten.
fucking 11-year-old
What have you
cat.
been feeding the kit? Steroids?
He's a Maine Coon. They're the largest domestic cat that you can own.
Right.
I can see.
Some of
All
them.
right, so I'm going off to make a cocktail, so you all can
What's
chat amongst
that?
yourselves.
Oh, some echo.
I think it's micro, maybe.
Oh shit! That's me.
Oh,
Hang on.
Oh,
that's the window. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. Oopsie daisy.
Where you going,
But-
Fairy Bell? Come and say hello to everyone.
See, it wouldn't make sense for it to be me because I have headphones on, so that doesn't make any sense.
True.
Come here, Fairy Bell. Come here.
That was my mum's cleaner ringing up to ask me to get daughterly care to do some things for my mother.
I have headphones on, so that doesn't make any sense.
And we're still getting an echo.
There's an echo.
Did
Sorry.
you actually turn off
That.
the
Got a box
other
here.
window?
Ah, it's better. Kitty!
She doesn't like being held either.
Yeah, if you didn't hear me earlier, I was been sick for the
rude.
last 3 days, so I'm feeling better
That
now.
sucks.
Folks.
that's good.
Yeah,
That's good.
my stomach is
I've been
still a
listening
little
to-
bit queasy still. It's hard to explain. It's half what It's like part of really, really hungry when your stomach's like just empty and you can really feel it. You think, oh, I got to eat something to eat. But it's also feels exactly the same as when you've had too much to eat, and it's like bursting. Kind of
I know that feeling, and it
Yeah.
sucks
Mm.
bad. That is a horrible feeling. It's that, you go, I'm hungry, but somehow nauseated as well.
Mm.
It's fucked. That is a horrible feeling.
Yeah, the hungry one is I can tell that I need something to eat because I don't feel very well, and my stomach feels funny. I need to eat. And then the other one is you feel too fat. That your stomach's like after you've had Christmas dinner or something like that. And you've eaten
Yeah.
too much in one helping.
I've been listening to podcasts about narcissists all week and now I'm grumpy.
Oh,
That'll do it. That'll totally do
Yeah.
and then you came in here.
And now I'm here. Ah.
Sorry, I'm just sort of making a joke of which
my
was
cat.
a narcissist. Hopefully none. Other
Sorry?
than the basic element of, you have your own best interests at heart, obviously.
So I figured out what my echo was. Evidently I'm stupid. I left YouTube open.
Ah,
So
Oh.
I would hear it on the stream first because I'm on stream, and then it would play through YouTube, and I'm like, who still has their speakers up super loud? And it was me because I'm stupid, evidently.
I've done that too, mate. I think we've all done it at some point.
Mm.
And newcomers do it all the time because they don't.
Glad I
realise.
fixed it though.
Yeah. It's pretty. The first time I connected, I thought I'll just keep the YouTube window open. That way I can interact with the chat. Didn't take into account how significant the delay between the StreamYard thing is and YouTube. So I'm going, wow, there's a fuck ton of time passed between when I say something and what it is here.
It started to sound like when you're in a cafeteria at school or at the mall walking around and all like the talking at once, and it sounds like nothing, that sound of conversation. Yeah, that's what it started to sound like. And I was very like, wow, there's a lot of people in here for having like 6 people in here.
Yeah. No, that's a pretty accurate description, actually.
I got a question. How many people chatting here right now also have the live stream on, so that they can see the text order, even though
I pop out the chat from the YouTube video, have it on one side of the screen, and then StreamYard on the other side of the screen. So I have like private chat and comments so I can see fucking Twitch and all that. And then the live chat, which I don't remember why, but there was a good reason I needed to do that. So I could type in the chat. That's right. Because you can't type in comments.
Yeah.
StreamYard.
I've got the YouTube tab open, but it's on pause, so it's not wasting bandwidth keeping up the video and everything because I've got the stream. But if there's something I want to put in the chat instead of interrupting someone, for example, I can just grab the mouse, click over, click, sort of. So,
similar kind of thing. Yeah. It says currently there's 7 people watching, and I know I'm one of them.
I've got the YouTube stream paused as well, but the live chat I've popped it out into a separate window, so I might be 2 people. I don't know. YouTube is weird.
Can you not do that to the carpet?
What's somebody got? Macca's.
I look at it.
Cut that out.
McDonald's drink of some kind.
Do you guys get the
I just
McRib?
want something to add scotch to, and
that's a good idea. I've got
some cola would be nice right about now, but fucking I can't.
Try to email it to you, but it doesn't. We don't have the technology yet.
Do you know what the word?
My 3D printer isn't that great. It doesn't print McDonald's yet.
Not yet. It'll happen.
The worst thing that I've ever seen or tasted, and even then it was a sip to see what does that taste like, was something called what was it called? It was Coke's something.
Cocaine?
No, it was a Coke thing, but it's like it was basically Coca-Cola's equivalent of like high caffeine drink. Energy.
Okay, like was it like an
Black Coke Black?
Okay.
It was called Coke Black, and the best way I can describe it is, imagine a coffee percolator, and you got the little cone thing that it goes through the filter. So imagine having that and chucking it in the bin, and then a week later fishing it out of the bin, pouring it in a glass, putting some Coke and giving it a stir.
Is Coke Black a different product from Coke with coffee? Because if I go into the gas station right now, they sell Coke with cola with coffee.
Yeah,
Coke Black. It doesn't
didn't last very long.
Yeah, it didn't last long.
Well, it doesn't seem like I love Coke. I'm a huge Coca-Cola fan, but even to me, I'm like, that seems really gross.
Yeah. It was just very, very high caffeine Coke. And
I still want to do a Jolt Cola order with people.
I miss Jolt.
It's back here in Australia. They have the rights to it, and they're making it. They've been doing it for about a year, apparently.
Do they have it with the cap that you can? Oh yes,
glass bottles.
You used to sell those for like $2 at the corner store here.
Joltcola.com.au. Check it out.
There is a Nerf gun thing called a Jolt as well, and it's just a one-shot thing. You just pull it back, and it's only like that big. So how there's that thing, especially in America, where they've got so many guns, that one of the things that is the most deadly thing is a toddler with a gun.
Yeah,
You know,
that was
they
just in the news. Some
accuracy.
toddler just killed their mom because they got a hold of their dad's gun.
Yeah. So I have had a similar thing, but with a jolt. I used to run a war games. I used to run the war games club at local toy shop, but they also used to have on a Thursday night a big Nerf gun fight. So they just shut the shutters, turned the lights off, and you just had a little bit of light here and there, and you basically fire across like 3 shops worth space of with Nerf guns. We had barricades and stuff like that. It was loads of fun. Well,
can I share a link in private chat? Will it go through all the way?
Yeah,
like in our private chat, because I was looking for Joke Cola because I want to buy it, but Amazon gave me something very different.
I can post a link.
Please do. If you guys get this, I was on Amazon looking for it, and this is the first thing it came up with. Which the fact it exists is very like okay.
That is I'm going to shorten the URL, but yeah, that's the thing. Yeah. Why does that exist?
I don't know.
Wow.
Oh, I'll finish off the story, a very short one. Is so the boss who ran the shop handed his little kid, he was about maybe 6 or something, 5 or 6, one of these jolts, and he shot it at me, and it was all fun and everything until another time when he shot me in the eye.
Yeah.
Like, bloody ow. And it's like, you know, it's a little kid. You can't start saying massive curse words. No matter how much it might be appropriate.
No, there's a time and place for everything, and as a parent, that is the time.
Yeah. So, you know,
because kids don't hear a lot of swearing unless they come from a household that swears a lot, I guess.
I kind of feel like they need to learn that the reaction to shooting someone in the eye is getting sworn at in like having someone in a very upset mood at them, and then they learn, this action, it's a necessary evil.
Yeah, contextualizing it too.
Are you guys gonna share your French fries?
So yeah, toddlers with jolts, ow.
Needs Dr. Pepper.
I love Dr. Pepper.
I don't really like cola very much, especially just standard cola. It gives like a frothy taste in the back of the throat afterwards. Just don't really like it.
Fun fact,
Pepsi, normal Pepsi just has like a silky taste, aftertaste to it. But my favorite one is Pepsi Max with ice and a slice of lime. Those things, each one of those things are vital, especially the cola.
When I have my Pepsi Max, I like putting a squeeze of lemon or lime juice in it. I think that is an amazing addition.
Did you guys ever get Pepsi Twist out there?
Yeah.
I love that.
Variants. Yeah,
I love that so much.
That's what got me into putting a bit of lemon or lime juice in. I think the first one that came out was with a twist of lime, and then there was one with lemon. Currently, there's one with a mango flavor in it, which is actually not bad. But I just love your Pepsi Max with just a squeeze of lemon juice or lime juice. I reckon it's great.
Oh, gosh. The most lovely drink I used to be able to get, and you can't get it anymore because they changed the bloody recipe. And it was lemon tango. And it was like proper, it tasted real lemons. Lots of other things, they're like, you know, lemon syrup kind of stuff, like lemonade or whatever, you know. And it's just like, you can tell this. But this tastes like proper lemons. Someone has literally squashed lemons and, you know, put it in the drink, you know. It was strong and you know, tart as well. And for waking up in the morning, it was brilliant.
I'm happy with it.
And then they put a bit of lime in it, and even though it says lemon, and it's like 2% lemon and 3% lime, which is why is it not called limeade then? You know.
I know. I'm getting more serious than the Pepsi Max. This is continuing my old-fashioned. This is 50% Navy strength rum and 50% Navy strength gin, which is a very weird combination, but actually works really well. It tastes weirdly fruity, and I don't know if that's psychological because I think it kind of looks like orange juice. Yeah, so it's like 58% gin. Sorry, 58% alcohol gin, 58% alcohol rum, with a little bit of sugar and bitters, and it's yummy.
I am still ordering Jolt Cola.
Fair enough.
I googled that, and it says they're in stock at my local Walmart, but I've never seen it there. I also can't go there because my car broke down yesterday. I had to get it towed home.
Oh no!
So yeah, no, it was really bad. But on the positive side of that, one place quoted me $400 and something for the tow, and then I called another place and they said 160. So I was like, yeah, I'll do the 160 over the 400 and something.
Yeah, definitely. So
as I was saying, because last time I brought up Jolt Cola, you must have been drunk, Angry, because you were like, yeah, I'm in, and then on Discord you were like, nah, I can't. So
too much sugar.
Yeah. So I'm ordering a case of Jolt Cola. If anyone wants to save on postage who lives near me, hit me up, but I'm going to be ordering it soon.
Maybe we can consider that like another Australian cuisine that I can't get, and you can send it in my gosh dang care package.
I think they're actually in Queensland. Like,
okay,
not local. I always thought they made Jolt Cola here in South Australia, but they must have moved. They have the same ABN.
I think someone else bought the name.
They have the same ABN. So.
Who knows? There you go.
Yeah. Anyway.
Who knows?
You know how I was looking for? I was looking for Tim Tams. But they don't sell them here. I found out. So I have a friend that lives in Indonesia, and they sell them in Indonesia, but they don't sell them here.
That's weird, eh?
Well, there was a period where Pepperidge Farm were licensed to make and sell under the name Tim Tam in the US, but apparently that agreement lapsed and they never took it up again. So now you can't get Tim Tams again.
They sell them in Israel.
Oh, wait! Look! I just googled this on Walmart.
Oh, there you go. Walmart has them,
but at $18.
That's outrageous.
Yeah,
they must be imported. My God,
it must be.
Look,
$18 US.
$3.
It's a lot of them, but it's still quite expensive.
But still.
Because stuff.
I'm not gonna lie. I might, even though that's a little price, that's really expensive. I might just buy it just to try them.
We gotta ship you some. We gotta just mail you some because they'll be so much cheaper.
We'll pay more in postage than we will in the thing, but I've done it before. I've posted Tim Tams to people, and the fun one was I tried as an experiment to send people in the US Kinder eggs, which are illegal in the US, and no one ever got them. They got stopped at.
The reason they're illegal doesn't make any sense because they're like, we're afraid kids will. They're basically saying we're afraid kids are too stupid and they'll choke on the thing inside, which doesn't make sense because I've gotten canned with stuff inside of it. It just wasn't a Kinder egg.
Yeah.
So
it's a weird.
kind of feel like it's just so they don't want it in the market. I think they just don't want it in the market because they know it'll sell well.
Yeah.
It's the same reason why we can't import cars unless they're 25 years old because every car is better than ours, and they know that.
That's actually true. The miles per gallon rate in the UK or European Ford Focus is significantly lower miles per gallon than it is in America, even though it's basically the same vehicle.
Yeah,
and it's because performance is more desirable in the US, whereas in Europe, fuel economy is.
Also, just the fact that crossovers and large pickups are way more popular here. Like they're everywhere. SUVs, large pickups, which I don't care for. It's annoying. I like small cars, and you're just stuck behind these large vehicles, and you can't see anything.
Yeah.
And they just try to bully you around on the road. It's very annoying. And a lot of them with the diesel trucks, like you know what rolling coal is, they like disable
Oh,
their
yeah,
environment.
they make a lot of smoke.
Yep.
Yeah.
And they do that, and they think they're like the coolest people alive, and it's like, you're worse than
I'm
Tesla
wasting
people.
fucking
Talk about their
fuel.
Teslas all the time.
So what I remember going to America one year, and I had a real problem getting something to drink. I went and visited a friend, and so what I normally drink, my day-to-day stuff is this stuff. It's basically just squash. You know, it's dilute. It's really strong, and you just pour some in the bottom of a glass. You fill it with water. There you go, and it's great stuff. I buy
Concentrate.
Yeah, it's concentrate. I buy about 2 to 3 bottles a fortnight, so I go through a lot of it. But I'll buy like multiple different flavors as well. So when I went to America, this isn't a thing that people buy. Yeah, you can find it in a few places, but generally, no, they don't have that. And I didn't like drinking cola and stuff like that all the time as well. So the only thing I could find at that time was Sunny Delight. And my friend thought I had some kind of, addiction to high fructose corn syrup. Like, no, I just, you don't sell what I drink. So it was either that or milk.
You could have got some
Aussie
fruit
Gun
juice.
Bunny, hello.
Hello, Gun Bunny.
All good, man. I'm going to take, because I've been knocking back the old fashions, I'm going to take a very quick toilet break and I'll be back.
While Ingrid's away, I'm going to put an unrelated subject on the table with a quick trigger warning. If you are really squeamish about spider stories, you might want to you might want to turn your sound off for a little bit. And when I've finished, I will just say, it's okay to listen again.
I'm actually fine with spiders as long as they're not by me. If they're like in the corner, they're fine.
I'm 10,500 miles away, so I think I'm probably
Good.
safe.
You've all had ample time to avoid triggers. Last night.
Is it a funnel web?
No, it is not.
Is it a funnel web? Okay,
No,
fine.
No, it was a wolf spider. It was a wolf spider on the wall, just outside my bedroom door. A wolf spider that was easily as big as my hand.
Whoa.
It was a fat bastard. It was fucking massive. Its legs looked like they were almost a millimeter thick. That's probably a bit of an exaggeration, but it was a big, meaty bastard.
Shit.
I remember being a teenager.
I used a bucket to catch it because there wasn't a drinking glass big enough.
Do they hurt if they bite you?
I have not tried. I don't want to.
Google says they bite and it hurts, but they're not poisonous.
I remember being a teenager and drinking, and there was a wolf spider on my friend's porch about like that big, which for here is freaking huge. And we went to go hit it.
This is a fucking big spider.
We went to whack it with a broom, and before we could even move the broom from like forward, it just went. It was gone. And then we were like, this whole porch is dead to us, and we didn't go out there for the rest of the night.
The porch is lava.
This spider knew I was after it, and it was not happy.
How big are those tunnel spiders you were talking about?
Funnel
webs.
Yeah, funnel webs. How big are those?
Australia, there's not. I don't think there's a lot of, if any, funnel webs at all around this part of Australia.
In
Really?
Oh,
they're
God,
a
no.
New South Wales spider, really, aren't they?
Yeah, no.
There are
So
some parts where we have them,
there are rainforests. There are rainforest funnel webs in Queensland, and they're the fucking worst. But they only live in rainforests, so humans rarely encounter them. Sydney funnel webs are friggin' everywhere.
What are those pictures I see online of like it'll show a huge spider like that big in an Australian person's house, right? Just on the wall. Like what is that? Huntsman?
Harmless.
Yeah.
Just scary.
It could be a huntsman.
I'm pretty sure
But
this
there
one
are
I saw
bigger.
on the wall
No,
last
there are
night
like
was a-
much bigger ones, way further north. They're
Yeah,
basically Indonesian spiders.
I'm
The
pretty sure
further
this
north
guy
you
was
get, the
a-
bigger they get.
Yeah, it's a huntsman. I could do without that. I'm fine with it. I'll stick with the grizzly bears, the mountain lions. At least I know like where they are.
No. See, I'd
The
rather have
huntsman's not that
spiders than
dangerous.
grizzly bears and mountain lions.
That's just such a big spider.
Oh, they're an
It is.
intimidating looking creature. Like they're a freak of an arachnid. They're creepy as anything, but they're actually really not that dangerous.
The
I don't-
funnel
A huntsman bite
The
is
funnel webs
relatively
are. The
harmless.
funnel webs will kill you.
the
Oh yeah, they
huntsman.
fuck you up. But a
To
huntsman
quote
bite,
to
apart
quote
from infection,
someone
maybe.
to quote someone in this podcast, about the huntsman, its main skill, its main ability is to keep to prevent you from being constipated by just like
Yeah.
appearing.
That's a good
They'll,
one.
they'll scare you to death. That's what they'll do.
And then
They-
the other
they,
one is one of their
they're
favorite
actually-
hiding spots is on the the little vanity mirror. So when you pull it down, it drops into your lap. It's like, all right, mate, how you doing? Why are you screaming? Why are you driving off the road like this? I
A
just
couple of
Yeah,
people
yeah.
had accidents.
I have to
because of
admit,
that.
when a huntsman crawled out of the center console of my car, it did unsettle me a little bit.
You know what spiders I really like are those jumping spiders because they have those two big eyes and they're really smart and they just they're really cute. They
Those
just
little
kind of
cute
stare at you.
ones.
Yeah, they're really
Yeah,
super
they
cute.
jump at you.
They wear raindrops as hats. They're cute.
Yeah, they're really cute and they're just very curious and they're like look right at you in the eyes.
Yep, I
They're
like
really
jumping
cute,
spiders.
those
Those sort of things is as intimidating as they look. They're typically quite placid, not very aggressive creatures, and their bite is relatively harmless. I mean, you can get a skin infection, but it's usually localized and easy to treat.
Oh, you mean like
they
a
won't-
whitetail?
Yeah, they're not very
Remember
nice.
when whitetails were discovered? Like sort of discovered by the media, and all of a sudden it's flesh-eating whitetail spider bite, and
Yeah,
all this sort of thing.
they
They
do
totally
mess up a bit.
freaked out.
And apparently
Redbacks
that's
can
not
get
even
fucked.
real. That was a false correlation thing with the whitetails and necrotizing fasciitis. It was more people were gardening and fertilizer got into the thing. But anyway, Laura's
it's the
sharing
fertilizer.
something. Sorry, where is it?
Abigail, when you get a chance, if you could share that Jolt Cola link.
That's so cool.
Oh, actually,
I
speaking
will
about
say this.
It's literally joltcola.com.au.
I will say this: redbacks can get fucked.
Yeah, they're troubling. Redbacks.
Redbacks are
troubling.
assholes. They can get fucked.
Yeah,
Funnel
they hang
webs can
around
get
your
fucked.
shed. Look, I grew up with funnel webs. I grew up in a house that was it was semi-rural, becoming a suburb, like a proper suburb. So the local spiders and whatnot were being crowded out of where they usually live. And we had a pool, and so we had to constantly check for funnel webs, hanging onto a bubble, breathing down the bottom of the fucking pool, because
Yes.
they're bastards
Yeah.
like that. They just sit there,
Yeah.
their bubble. And
Yeah.
I was terrified of finding funnel webs in the pool before I went in
Yeah.
for a swim.
congratulations, you made it to adulthood.
Yeah,
I
that's
mean, what?
You made it to adulthood,
adulthood. Yeah.
despite living with loads of scary spiders that will kill
Yeah.
you. Possibly.
But that's the thing in a lot of the suburbs in Sydney that have pools, funnel webs and other large spiders will fall into the pool, and they can go into basically suspended animation and not die. If you fish them out and let them dry out, they'll come back to life. I've told this story before, but someone I work with, she was, when I was in a call center, she was like a Brit backpacker, her and her boyfriend, and she's saying like, oh yeah, because we're living in a suburb, and there was this horrible sort of black furry thing at the bottom of the pool, and my boyfriend fished it out, and it was a spider, and she's saying, oh, and you won't believe it, and I went, oh, I know what happened, and she said, yeah, he chased me around with, he was holding it, chasing me around with it, and I went, ha, and then it came back to life, and she looked at me and said, what? And I went, oh, did you not know it wasn't dead? And she said, it had been at the bottom of the pool for 3 days. And I went, oh, that's nothing. They just go into... I said, next time catch one of them, put it in a jar, put the lid on, and put it somewhere with sunlight, and the spider will wake up. And she's like, fuck off. My boyfriend was chasing me with a spider that was still alive. And I went, yep, he was. And it's like,
probably a poisonous one too.
Can I just share? I've got a picture to share. There's been a tragedy at at Euro Disney.
Euro Disney.
Yeah.
What is this?
Yeah.
Oh no! Is that Pinocchio?
Yeah.
You know, that strangely reminds me of a
You think you just tell lies to get the nose to hit the
He could just tell lies and he'd be lifted up by his nose. He'd be fine.
Yeah. That reminds me of a
Maybe it
meme
was the
before.
nose that toppled him over.
Yeah, maybe it was.
Yeah.
Good point. For some reason,
he learned. He got a book out to be like Trump, and next thing you know, face down in the water.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah.
It reminds me for some reason of a meme. These were getting around in emails before we really called them memes. It had there was 2 police officers carrying one of those Ronald McDonald statues. And it looked like he'd been arrested and was putting up a fight because he's in a sort of jumping position. And they put a caption, "Okay, buddy, no funny business."
Oh.
Hey, I saw some funny business today. Me and Shaylee, so you can tell the city's coming back to life because we saw a near naked crazy person being arrested out the front of our house. He was in a mood. We just came around the corner from getting off the tram. We had to wait at the corner to cross the road, wait for the lights. And there were cop cars everywhere. We're like, how are we going to get past all these cop cars? Are we allowed here or whatever? And then I hear this, "Hey, you, video!" And I turn around and there's this guy with his dax around his ankles.
Oh dear!
Nothing but a pair of red bombs on, going, "Take a video of the cops Oh, that's right. No, he's got his hands behind his back because he's cuffed. Take a video of the cops harassing the poor old man with MS." Like, mate.
Oh dear.
So I was Googling all these spiders that you were talking about just so I had a visual, and then it brought up some other Australian animals. Why are all the kangaroos so jacked? Are you guys handing them gym memberships or something?
No, Western Reds are jacked as far.
They're super jacked. They make the Rock look like me.
People don't realize the
they're strong
there's a number of different
animals.
species of kangaroo in Australia.
They're not just cuddly.
It literally looks like it could pick me up and just break me and just drop me and like hop away.
Fuck with kangaroos.
And the other thing is, I'm going to quote Angry Eels again. And these things, they're never alone. They come at you in mobs.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah,
they really do.
Oh my god! Have you ever just been sitting around in the bush or whatever, just quietly, and then suddenly hear the galloping of fucking kangaroos coming past? It's
I live in the UK.
Anything else?
I live in the UK, so funnily enough, no.
No.
And then I know there's people here that are like, they're kind of like deer, which I know they're not because I've had deer come up to me and they're not dicks. They're not trying to fight me. They're very curious little cute creatures. All you have to do is be like, boo, and then they run away. I'm sure if I went boo to a kangaroo, he'd be like.
I remember the first time
I don't know about that. Yeah.
It was one of the first times I went to America, and we're up in the Poconos, which is like the hills with it's like forests, so basically all over the place. And just like hearing this snapping and banging up in the trees, and it sounds like they've got a fucking brontosaurus working its way through no, it was just some deer.
Yeah.
But then, but equally, I do remember going another time of the year and hearing the rifle shots as well in the distance, which is like, that's the deer being shot.
Yeah.
Or it could just be rednecks firing off their guns.
It could be that. I also love how
Deer is so
non-Canadians don't realize how big mooses are. Mooses are.
Oh yeah,
large.
I didn't realize it until I googled it. How big they are, because they showed it next to like a large truck.
Like they're the only megafauna that's left.
And they can swim really well too. They can hold their breath a long time, and they can swim really deep and well. Which I didn't know that. Imagine swimming out somewhere and just like a moose is coming at you.
It's more the idea of, oh my god, there's a moose chasing me. I know, I'll swim across the river, and then you find and also swim across the river. It's like shit.
The non-carnivorous animals almost seem more terrifying than the carnivorous animals.
Yeah, big herbivores.
This would be in, if I had like a top 100 moments in movies.
So drop bears are hilarious.
Yeah. I would definitely, it certainly would be in the, getting close to the number 1 to 50 mark. It would definitely be the scene in what's the name of it? It's Sidney Poitier is chasing some killer with Tom Berenger up in the mountains, and and so they're at a cabin, and Sidney Poitier opens the door, and there's a moose staring at him with like the hot air breathing out of its nose, and he's like, and he just sort of closes it carefully. And then he goes up and goes, nah. And so he opens it and there is no moose. And it's like, oh.
Yeah.
He shuts the door and then it opens up a couple of seconds later with Tom Berenger saying, did you see the moose?
Sorry, there was a question in the chat
Deadly
about...
Pursuit is the name of the movie.
There's a question in the chat about, is it illegal to kill kangaroos? Broadly, yes. There are people who are licensed for kangaroo culls. And in certain circumstances, farmers are allowed to kill a number of kangaroos that are on the property. But for the general populace, killing kangaroos is illegal. And just while we were talking about mooses, I want to share this. My favorite thing, a drunk moose. Sometimes mooses eat fermented fruit and get drunk and then try and... and then they try and climb the tree. And so that's a drunk moose stuck in a tree. So I just wanted to share drunk moose. So there you go.
That's awesome.
I love it. There is a video I saw right at the beginning of YouTube coming on.
Yeah.
It was a video of animals in an oasis, where the fruit from the fruit trees had fallen and fermented, and it was just all the animals just went, fruit, fermented fruit, let's go. Oh my god, it's so funny. And then you see the giraffes, their necks go like this.
We have the birds around here eat the fermented berries. I remember one year one of the birds flew into our AC unit. I'm assuming it was drunk. It had ate fermented berries and it was drunk because it flew right into our AC unit and just. But that happens a bit, and around this time of year when the berries start rotting.
Yeah, and I think that's anthropologists think that that's how humans discovered both alcohol, coffee, and drugs, because animals would eat particular things and then act weird, and the humans would go, "What's that about?" And they would eat the same thing and go, "Oh my god!" It's when humans started to do agriculture and breed animals. It's like, wow, the goats ate those berries off that tree, and it was coffee, and then the goats just started pinging around everywhere, and it's like, "What's that about?" And they ate some of them and went, "Oh my god, I have so much energy. What the fuck is this?" And that's the same with fermented fruit and narcotics like opium. They saw animals eat them and then get really dopey, and they thought, well, what's that about? I'm going to eat it too and see what it does to me. So that's a theory of how humans learned how to get fucked up. They watched animals get fucked up. And they were like, "Yeah."
I like how the human curiosity leads to like they saw animals eat that stuff and it obviously had some sort of effect. And instead of being like, we probably shouldn't touch that because it makes us weird, they're like, no, let's see what it does.
Yeah,
Let's just find out anyways.
Yeah.
It's like there's a joke about why would anyone ever start eating oysters because they're so gross. They're gross and slimy and whatnot. They saw seabirds and otters eating, and they go, well, I always thought that looked like just a gross, slimy bit of snot, but they're all eating it and they seem to like it. So, I'll have a go. Why not?
I don't like those things anyway, so.
I got a fun thing for you. So I think someone a little while ago, maybe it was nobody, you mentioned the McDonald's clown.
Yeah.
I found a bunch of pictures. Yeah, I found a bunch of pictures of people having sort of amusing takes around statues.
Yes.
And,
that's so good. Oh my god. Oh my god, that's so good. Oh my god. Oh my god. Look at that. Oh, that's
No, that's cute.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Oh, these are great.
Copperfield.
Oh my god.
That's brilliant.
Oh, that's a good
Yes.
one. Oh, that's a good one. Frankenstein. That's. Oh my god.
oh dear. I just saw a bunch of them and I went, oh my god, I'm saving
No,
those.
those are great.
Those
are
are
fantastic.
brilliant.
Speaking of Ronald McDonald, I just saw an interview with some comedian. I think it was one of the comedians that just passed, I think. But he was talking about how Ronald got on a plane, full makeup, wig, all that stuff, got on the plane, sat down, they took off. This is when you could smoke on planes. The smoking light went off. So Ronald took out a cigarette and started smoking a cigarette, orders a gin and tonic. And the guy's like, so where you come from? And the guy's like, McDonald land, in full character still.
Yeah.
I just thought that was a fun little thing to
I'm
share.
going to share. Speaking of sharing
That's
stuff,
cute. That's something
this
you
is
got to do.
the original version of Ronald McDonald, and this was actually the
Oh,
guy
he's
who was
terrifying.
for being a weatherman. Willard Scott was famous for being a weatherman on TV in the 50s or 60s. He was Ronald McDonald.
50s.
This is the original version of Ronald McDonald. That's what Ronald McDonald used.
Oh my god!
I actually did a full story.
terrifying.
I did a full report in school about the history of McDonald's and fast food. So this is like, yeah,
Giving you flashbacks.
kind of. I when I saw what he looked like too, I was like, wow, okay. It's interesting how far McDonald's has come as a company.
Yeah.
And just reading their progress, how they went from like how they started and how like those two brothers bought it out and turned it into what it is today.
I don't have any pictures of it, but there are some really good ones of basically kids having like Easter pictures with just like, you know, an Easter bunny that just looks like it's from hell. It's going to be it's going to be in a horror movie, you know, or Santa or something like that. You know, it's just like, you know, why are the kids crying? Because the fucking rabbit looks like it's insane. But I found a couple more of those.
Looks like a nightmare.
Here's the other one. I
What
didn't
Flora got here?
older.
Oh my god.
That's
Nice.
I like that one.
Oh, taking a dive. Excellent.
So
Those are great. Those are great.
There are times when I just save a picture. I gotta save that.
Yeah, save that. Oh, Kirsten's back. Hello, welcome back, Kirsten. Trying to think of No, I've gotten sidetracked, but I know it was something horrific about Ronald McDonald, but I've gotten sidetracked, so we'll let it go for now.
Your train of thought.
Oh no, we're talking about the origin of McDonald's. There's a movie with Michael Keaton playing Ray Kroc, who's a guy who basically invented McDonald's franchising.
Mm-hmm.
He took the idea from the McDonald brothers, who actually developed the model for making McDonald's. It's good because it's an interesting movie because it doesn't shy away from how Ray Kroc did some really fucked business deals to screw over the original guys. It's very interesting because McDonald's was started by two McDonald brothers. Ray Kroc thought this is the best idea ever, and he found a way to fuck over the McDonald brothers and take over it and turn it into this thing where he controlled millions of dollars worth of real estate. It's called The Founder. It's worth watching if you don't know the history of McDonald's. It's a reasonably accurate telling of the history of McDonald's, which is honestly, I find it quite interesting.
Here's a picture. Nettie says Sarah's having trouble getting into the stream.
Oh, yeah. Oh, she is too. No, wait. Where is she? All right. Oh my god.
And I thought this was funny. The name of the store is Peacocks.
Yeah, cock. Yeah.
I know that lady. She is a Conservative politician, so and this came about at the same time as David Cameron, who was leading the party at the time, had a report of him putting his penis into a dead pig's mouth. So.
Oh yeah. That the initiation thing he did. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Nettie, okay.
How much of that is there?
Sarah's.
I want to know how much of that. Yeah.
Yeah.
How much is it, Laura? How much of that is there really? This like.
Oh, no, it's okay. It's a real thing with these secret societies, and there are variations of this all around the world with these clubs of the aristocracy. Part of the initiation is you have to do something really humiliating while everyone watches. So the idea is then you will never give away the secrets of the society because in David Cameron's case, everyone knows you put your cock in a pig's mouth. So
that's something Alex Jones has said.
Sorry, what was that, Micro?
That is exactly something Alex Jones has said multiple times. That he mentioned that whatever celebrity that got killed in jail, Jeffrey Epstein, he mentions him and then mentions how he was all part of a secret society and they make them have sex with young children. So they have like dirt on them so they can turn on them. And if they need to, and it'll be accepted, they have to do it.
Yeah.
That's
okay.
A bit
Now, Alex Jones is obviously a moron.
Yeah.
Flopped clock can be right twice a day. There was definitely an element of, because we all know Epstein was procuring underage girls to be exploited by rich, obnoxious fucks, whether they be Bill Clinton or Bill Gates or any number of other people that did. But it does seem there was definitely an element of those people that you'd go to one of Epstein's sex parties and have a wild time. And at that point, everyone knew you had done it. So there was some leverage there. And what's fascinating, if you look into the history, how the fuck did Epstein ever get money? The history of how he got money. And it's not the most outrageous conspiracy theory in the world. Some billionaire gave Epstein money to set up this whole thing with his weird sex thing to essentially have leverage over other rich people. Because when you look at
what happened with Prince Andrew.
Yeah, when you look at how Epstein got money, it doesn't make sense. But this idea that one rich person gave Epstein millions and millions of dollars to set up this investment fund and then get influential people into his sex parties, so you essentially had blackmail on them, it has a bit of credibility. Honestly. So, Oh, and Safa, did a guard kill Epstein? Okay, here's my personal thing. The whole thing about Epstein didn't commit suicide. Okay, Epstein was in jail awaiting trial, and he could have incriminated dozens of the richest and most powerful people around the world. Okay, and he dies in prison. Okay, now, do I think he killed himself? Honestly, I think he did. I think the most likely scenario is he did kill himself. But as Aidsy and I have discussed this before, there's a thing known as the Roman death. In ancient Rome, if you were a member of the aristocracy in Rome and you were guilty of a terrible crime, and that crime could lose you all your property and whatnot, they would give you the opportunity. They would basically tell you, we are going to try you and you will be found guilty. But if you want to avoid the messiness, just get in a hot bath and open your veins and just be gone so you're not an embarrassment anymore. And then we won't take anything away from your family. So that was like giving people an out. I honestly believe Epstein was given an out because it should not have been possible for Epstein to take his own life. And when you hear these stories about mysteriously the video cameras weren't working, I do believe the most likely scenario is Epstein killed himself, but it shouldn't have been possible for him to do that. I do believe I think it's more likely than not the circumstances were contrived to allow Epstein to kill himself, because all these people in the know said, dude, fucking just kill yourself or what comes next will be worse than death. And he did it. I honestly believe that's the most likely scenario. There was a conspiracy to allow Epstein to kill himself. Yeah. I think it's possible someone else killed him, but I think it's most likely he killed himself. But I also think it's most likely there was a conspiracy that allowed him to kill himself. So that's my
because I reckon that
I would like to change the subject away from a pedophile.
Okay.
Did you hear about Alec Baldwin?
Oh yeah,
so tragic.
Someone was killed by a prop gun.
Wait, what?
Yeah, what? There was an accident on the set of a movie, and he fired a prop gun, killing who was it?
It was the director of photography, wasn't it?
Yeah, and hurting someone else as well.
Yeah.
And he's just beside himself with grief.
Yeah.
Understandably.
It sounds like what happened to Brandon Lee on the set of The Crow.
Yeah.
And in both cases, they didn't have a union armorer on set because it cost too much. And because prop guns are incredibly dangerous. Prop guns that fire blanks are incredibly dangerous. What killed Brandon Lee was a prop gun that it's just meant to be bang with percussion, but something was lodged in the barrel of the gun. And when the bang percussion went off, it fired out the obstruction from the gun and hit Brandon Lee in the chest and killed him. And that's probably what happened with Alec Baldwin. A prop gun.
Yeah, it seems that way.
The blank was improperly loaded, and the gun at least half. And the fact that two people, one was killed and one was injured, suggests the prop gun close to exploded and fired out shrapnel. When you don't have a proper armorer on set, man, it's a big risk.
What people don't realize about blank rounds is that typically, instead of putting a charge in them, they just sort of bend the end of the shell casing over. And sometimes that piece of shell casing comes away when you fire the gun.
Yeah.
And
yes,
that in and of itself, if nothing malfunctions, can be really fucking dangerous.
There was one case years ago, and I forget who it was, but it was a sort of reasonably, and this was decades ago, was a reasonably well-known B-list actor, and he was fucking around on set with a prop gun. It's going like, "Oh, this is too stressful. and he's holding it against his temple and saying, "I'm gonna kill myself." And everyone started going, "Put the fucking gun down!" And he's going like, "Oh, you're all silly. It's just a prop gun." And he fired it, and it didn't malfunction, but the percussion from the gun was strong enough that at that range gave him a fatal brain injury. And it was like, because he didn't know how it worked. And apparently everyone on set was screaming at him, "Put the fucking gun down." And he's going, "Oh, you're all stupid. It's just a prop gun." And they're just going, "No, don't do it." And he pulled the trigger, and the percussion gave him a fatal brain injury and killed him.
That just sounds like death by Darwinism.
It is. It kind of is. It honestly kind of is. Yeah.
Yeah. On the death certificate, cause of death. Patient was a fuckwit.
Yeah. Yeah. It's bad. It's bad. Yeah. But yeah. And again, the fucking stuff on movie sets, like when they skimp on like not having an armorer on set because it costs a lot, when they don't do proper stunt coordination, you get comparatively simple stunts can fucking kill someone.
Yeah, there's in the movie Triple X.
Yeah.
In the movie Triple X, there's a scene where he parachutes down under a bridge. And in that scene, that stunt actor actually hits himself into the bridge and passes, unfortunately. But they still use that shot in the movie. So that's but it was supposed to be just a simple stunt that he's done literally hundreds of times. But because of where they had the wire for whatever reason, his top half didn't go through.
Yeah. And there's a few like that. Like, I'm a huge Mad Max fan, and there's one bit in in the original, I'm trying to think, there was one injury in Mad Max 2, and there's one in the original Mad Max where one of the motorcycle gang, when he crashes, you see, and it's included in the movie, a motorcycle hits him in the fucking head. He's come off his own bike, and there's a slow-mo thing, and a different motorcycle hits him in the head. He's wearing a helmet, and you go, "Oh, that looks nasty." And then you find out that was an accident, and he wasn't killed, but he's very seriously injured. And the director, George Miller, was going, "Well, shame, that would be very bad form to use it because it looks really cool." And then the stuntman gets out of hospital and sees the rush of what it looks like when the motorcycle hits him in the head. And he's like, "Oh, no, dude, use it. I'm fine, you know."
What a good dude.
And so it's there's a slow-mo thing in the original Mad Max where one of the bikies falls off and another bike hits him in the head. That guy was actually really badly injured, but he decided the footage looks so cool, they should use it. So it's like, oh, okay, I'm going to do that. And there's something in one of the guys in Mad Max 2, he catapults off his bike, and there's this pose, he's almost doing a Jesus pose with his arms straight out and legs straight, and he's somersaulting through the air. You don't really see what happened, but as he went flying past, he had this whole roll thing, and there was stuff for him to land on. But as he went flying through, you don't really see it, but his feet clipped the car that he was doing, and the controlled somersault he was doing suddenly went out of control. And off camera, he just went kadoosh. And he was in hospital for a while. But same deal. He was a stuntman, and he said, "No, it kind of looks cool. You should." The director's going, "Oh, it's bad form for us to use this footage where you get hurt." And the stuntman goes, "No, it's kind of cool. Use it."
It's basically use it because I'm not fucking going to do it again.
No, it's definitely not. Yeah.
Here's a movie where there were things going wrong.
Oh, Gone in 60 Seconds. Yeah.
This is the original.
Is that the Ron Howard one?
It's also a pseudonym for premature ejaculation as well.
Well, Gone in 60 Seconds. Yes.
There's a scene. There's one or two scenes in this movie where some things didn't quite go as scripted. For one thing, there's a scene in the 45-minute car chase scene.
Yeah.
Where he crashes Eleanor into a light post
Yeah.
and spins. That was a genuine accident. And the driver was injured during that accident. They kept it in the movie. They just, they fixed things up enough that they could keep driving the stunt car, and the driver, got nursed back to enough health to keep driving. But they kept it in the movie. But that was an accident. It wasn't scripted that he would hit a light post, and knock light post over, hitting it sideways. That must have fucking hurt. But that was an accident in the Gone in 60 Seconds movie.
Yeah.
In Mad Max, the newest one that came out in 2000 something, Fury Road, there's a scene where the that tanker truck crashes and comes up to the camera. They actually shot that. That's not CGI. They actually crashed that truck. They only had one take to do it in. A lot of the stunts in the movie they actually did, which I find really cool. A lot the people on like the sticks and whatnot, that's all real.
Yeah.
Most of
they
it's
were
real.
Circus performers. The polecats were circus performers. And it was like they were coming out with cool stuff. And someone said, I saw these circus guys doing this thing. We should use them. And again, George Miller said, bring them in. We'll see what they can do. And they talked to them. And they said, we want this pole with a counterweight. We can swing back and forth. And George Miller just said, we'll do a test thing. You run up and do that. And then they did it. And he couldn't believe it because they were just doing this 180 swing through the air. And George Miller was just going, what the fuck? Who are these guys? These guys are off the hook. What the fuck? And so he used it. But there was that final truck crash scene. There's a hilarious thing because I've got a couple versions of it on disc. In the extra features, that George Miller and the crew are watching it on the thing, and the cabin you see in it is false. It's a dummy in the driver's seat. So the normal truck cabin is false. The actual driver is right at the bottom of the truck because it's a safer thing, and they have a way of seeing out. And when you watch the crash, the driver appears to be horribly injured. It's only a dummy, but stuff crashes in. And there's this bit in the behind the scenes. George Miller's watching on the footage, and it looks like the driver got fucked up, and he forgot for a second because it looks so real that there's this person in the driver's seat, and it looks like they got fucked up in the crash. And George Miller's going, oh my God, is he okay? And George, that's a dummy, remember? That was a dummy up there. And he's like, oh my God, that looked terrible. I thought that guy was in so much trouble.
Oh boy. Abigail's very relaxed.
But that's okay. Abigail's recuperating spoons, and that's a good
I was about
thing.
to say the same.
It's
a good
That's
idea.
a good thing.
Hey, by the way, I just thought you might be interested to know that I've been coming to these things now for since December last year. So 8 months.
Excuse me.
That's good. I like that. Yeah.
Have you heard the theory that the movie Titanic is actually a time travel movie?
No.
Well, Jack, played by what's his face,
Leo
references. Yeah, he references a couple of things that are anachronistic.
Mm-hmm.
Like a little
Skating
Easter egg.
over a lake that's artificial and hadn't been built for 10 years, and going on to this Ferris wheel that hadn't been built yet, and stuff like this. But the biggest clue is that James Cameron, this is the only non-sci-fi movie he's made.
Yeah.
That's So totally, like, Jack's a time traveler. If he hadn't have saved Rose at the start of the movie when she was committing suicide, the ship would have been obliged to stop, turn around, and look for her. That's just like the naval code. I don't know if it's still true. Probably is.
Yeah.
Never would have been hit by the iceberg, would have survived, and would have kept doing this route from from England to America, and then if you track that to World War One, it's highly probable the Titanic would have been hit instead of the Lusitania,
Okay.
which would have dragged America into World War One way sooner when they weren't ready at all, because like they did this whole preparedness plan to be ready for World War One, and instead of kicking ass, millions of people would have died. So Jack the Time Traveler managed to find the causative link to kill thousands to save millions.
There you go.
You know, there's an interesting thing that happened with the Titanic, and that is that it was like a real kick in the ass that actually not everything is solved by engineering. You know, that they thought there was no limit to what you could do. If you engineered it enough, you could do anything you like, and suddenly there are limits to things.
Yeah.
You know, so like it's unsinkable. It sank. Yeah. Okay, maybe unsinkable
had significant design flaws.
What the guy said was virtually unsinkable. He actually is a misquote that he said unsinkable. But it also made me think of, there's a 90s comic called Preacher, which was made into a TV series, which was on Stan. I haven't seen the TV thing, but I had the comic back in the 90s, and it's fun.
Good.
And and there's a character, an Irish character who's a vampire. And when you were getting his origin story, before he got turned into a vampire, he's talking to his brother, and because he's Irish Catholic in the early 20th century, and he just thinks, you know, Protestants are all evil. And his brother goes, you know, Uncle Reg is Protestant, right? It's gone in 60 seconds. Okay.
Safa was asking if it's on Blu-ray. And as it appears, yes.
Is that the one that has Ron Howard in it? Like Richard Cunningham? But anyway, back to Preacher. This Irish guy, he's talking to his brother, and his brother, while he's saying, you know, Protestants are evil, he goes, you know, your Uncle Reg is a Protestant, right? And he goes, really? Is he? He's married to my Catholic aunt? And you're like, he goes, yeah. They were at the shipyards where they made the Titanic, and every time they banged in a revet, they'd say, fuck the Pope. And this naive guy says, oh, do you think that's why it sank? And his brother said, yeah, maybe. Either that or the big fucking iceberg it hit.
It kind of makes a difference. There's actually a lot of things that cause that to happen. Mentor Pilot says this all the time when it comes to aviation disasters. It's like holes in Swiss cheese. They have to all line up for shit to go horribly wrong.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what happened with Titanic.
Oh yeah, it was very unlucky.
Yeah, there was a series of errors that led to the disaster. But yeah, hitting an iceberg kind of guaranteed something was going to go fucking wrong.
The two biggest ones I always hear about is the lack of lifeboats. Yeah. And the fact that they didn't have flares, they had fireworks. So a ship saw the fireworks and just thought, oh, they're having a good time.
Yep, they're partying. There you go.
Yes, and at the time, it wasn't mandatory for somebody to be operating the radios all the time. And so there was a ship that actually was in closer proximity that didn't hear the distress call, or so I'm told at least, because at the time, there wasn't anyone listening to the radio.
Yeah.
So they didn't hear the call go out.
And an interesting piece of trivia, and I don't know if this one is true, but it's reputed that the captain of the Titanic, when they were evacuating people to the lifeboats, said women and children first. And people think that's a universal rule. And the story I heard is it wasn't a universal rule. That captain just said that as he was evacuating people. He decided women and children should get off first. It was never the code of the sea to evacuate women and children first. That was the first time someone had said it. I don't know if that's it. So I don't know if that.
I wonder what would be said to someone like me.
Again, you're getting complicated. Also, Laura, complicated. I've been watching the series based on the comic Y: The Last Man, where some yet to be explained cataclysm happens that kills everyone with a Y chromosome, apart from one guy. Now, I've never read the comic. Hey, Micro, said you were going outside?
I was, but you were mentioning that. I read that when it was a book. When I was in middle school, I read that book.
Yeah.
It's really good.
Yeah. It was very popular. It's a popular comic. I never read it, but I've been watching the series, and I think they have changed a lot for the series. Most notably, looking at issues with trans people, because there are a bunch of trans men who survived because they didn't have a Y chromosome. And it's interesting because it's like, why the fuck did this dude who should be dead live? And he also has a pet monkey which has a Y chromosome, which is not dead. So, and they track down a geneticist to try and solve it. And I don't know where that goes, but they've just found her in the TV show. And she did this whole spiel where she talked about, okay, don't fucking talk to me about male and female. That's not real. And she runs through all the chromosomal differences and things and whatnot. And she points out there were a bunch of women that everyone would have described as a cis woman who dropped dead when this happened because they had no idea of their chromosomal makeup and they died. Now, I don't think that was in the comic.
Ironically, this is actually something that I picked up about a year and a half ago, something like that.
Yeah.
Let's see if I can find it. But it was
Ingrid, in the show, do the women group up into like they have like their own little group, and they each cut off a breast?
Oh, we've just come across this group that are
Amazons.
Much a cult.
Yeah,
and they haven't cut off a breast, but they've been evoking Amazons.
Because
maybe they don't want to do that for TV. We found this weird cult-like group.
Yeah, in the book, they're like they meet. He like runs into that group, and all of them have like one breast cut off, so they can fire arrows better. And all of them hate men. They want nothing to do with men on the world. They're very happy that they're gone. But yeah, I remember reading that in school. I'm surprised they made a series out of it. I might have to look into it because I really enjoyed reading that.
Yeah. Those are the Amazons from ancient Greece.
Yeah, and I think the TV series is quite different to the book. And one thing I think they've done, which I don't think was in the comic, they've brought in really Trumpy stuff. Like the conservative women who survived are really conspiracy-minded, and they think these Democrats, who they call socialists, who survived, they think they're probably happier that all the men had gone because they hated men anyway. And so I think they've brought in all this Trumpy conspiracy stuff that probably wasn't in the comic.
I hate when they take something from the past and they reboot it with modern stuff. I hate when they add stuff. Also, since I'm outside, if the trucks or the wind get too loud, let me know and I'll mute everything.
Yeah, sounds good at the moment, man.
Micro, I tend to agree with you. There have been one or two occasions where there was a remake that still worked. I actually have both versions of Gone in 60 Seconds.
Okay.
I mean, with that said, I still kind of prefer the old one, but the new one's all right.
New one's got Nick Cage, yeah?
Yeah. Laura, you were going to say something.
I found the thing I was looking for. So it talking about how basically it's not all XY chromosomes. It's not always that simple.
No, it's not.
This is something, and it's kind of up your direction, actually. A 46-year-old pregnant woman visited his clinic in Royal Melbourne Hospital in Australia to hear the results of an amniocentesis test to screen her baby's chromosomes for abnormalities. The baby was fine, but following up tests had revealed something astonishing about the mother. Her body was built up of cells from two individuals, probably from twin embryos that had merged in her own mother's womb.
Yeah.
And there was more. One set of cells carried two X chromosomes, a complement that usually makes someone a female, and the other had an X and Y. Halfway through her fifth decade and pregnant with a third child, the woman had learned for the first time that a large part of her body was chromosomally male.
Yeah,
Wow.
I've got.
Oh, good night, Queen Kirst.
You know, and it's
Going to
Oh,
bed.
good night,
Good night.
Kirsten.
hi, Kirsten.
I've got a few friends who are intersex, and it's important to acknowledge the incidence of people who don't fit into the XY-XX chromosomal model is more common than redheads. So think about how many redheads you see. It's actually more common for people to be somewhere in the
Wow.
realm of intersex, like not falling into
Clay's got a needle. He's got
that's more common than being a redhead.
This is
I got kind of a question for Laura, since we're talking about like the XY chromosomes and whatnot. So I work in hospitality. I had a guest that was very obviously transitioning, right? And I was not sure which pronoun to call them at all. I avoided that as hard as I could because I didn't want to offend anyone. What do you think would be appropriate to, because normally I say, here you go, sir, or here you go, ma'am. I didn't know what they identified at, and I didn't want to offend them by asking them, hey, are you identifying as this or this? So do you have any advice for how to deal with those situations?
Yeah, the only thing I can think of is you just use gender neutral terms.
Yeah.
You know,
Okay.
don't even refer to it. You know,
Yeah.
Are you having a nice time? You know,
Yeah.
That's
or-
basically what I tried to do.
yeah.
I really
And I-
wasn't sure what to do.
Yeah. And I think, Micro, you're in a particularly difficult situation because the standards of politeness in the US, much more, I think, than the UK or Australia, calling people ma'am or sir, it's not as big a thing for us. I think it puts you in a more difficult situation. Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
it
Yeah,
actually
it-
outlines a big problem we have with the language we use, and that is that particularly our formal language, when we have big limits on ourselves because of how we've constructed our language and how we speak.
Yeah.
I think that's actually outlined a significant problem in in our.
I think it's time for English to have another. It seems like every so many generations, English goes through their transition, and it changes a bit with like the meanings of words or spelling and stuff. And I think it's time for another one.
Oh yeah, I
think
mean,
you'll be
you know,
right.
the thing to remember is words don't have intrinsic meanings. They don't mean one thing and that's it. You know, language evolves like everything
Yeah.
else.
Yeah.
With the exception of the French, who try to keep it meaning what they want it to mean because they don't
Yeah.
like the idea.
Oh,
of
yeah. They're weird. They're weird, though.
Yeah, but you know, I mean, I remember there's a train type of thing goes on the Channel Tunnel, and when they first showed it off, the color scheme is like white with blue at the bottom, and then on the roof it's blue, and then there's a thin orange stripe between the blue and the body side.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, that's a nice little touch there, say the French. And it's like, actually, it's just a British safety standard marking. You know, put your hand over that. When it's raining, you could get shocked, basically, is what it means. Don't go beyond there.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
And, you know, but it's, you know, it's a similar kind of thing. You know, how, well, we need it to mean this and we mean it to mean that. But no, words don't have meanings. My best analogy, or the best example I can think of, is the word wireless. You know, like when I was younger, the only person who referred to used the word wireless were like grandparents who were referring to a radio. That was it. Because it was the wireless radio, and it just got shortened down to wireless. Now we have so many things that are wireless, and we
Go on.
talk basically it's Wi-Fi based
Yeah.
things. So your wireless printer
Yeah.
connects without
Yeah.
wires.
Is
Things. Another really great one is the word notorious.
Yeah.
It wasn't until the 20th century that the word notorious gained a negative connotation.
Yeah.
It was just someone who was notable for something.
Yeah. A person of note. Yes.
Yeah.
that's what it means to me. It doesn't have a negative connotation to me.
Well, when we refer to Hitler as being notorious, it has a negative connotation.
Yeah.
Even people we think are great, we can say, well, Churchill was a notorious drinker.
I don't like the negative. I can't think of the word, you just said it, but whatever. I don't like the negative feelings Hitler has put in that little mustache, because I kind of want to rock that, but not with it being related to him. It seems like it's very simple to take care of, and I kind of want to try it.
Yeah.
But since he did what he did and is as famous as he is for what he did, I can't rock it. I can't even say I was inspired by Charlie Chaplin.
Yes.
No one's gonna buy that. I'm too white. I'm blonde. They're gonna be like, okay.
Interesting about being blonde, though, because Hitler wasn't blonde.
Yeah, but I've made that joke a few times. Hitler, you can tell how bad he was because he ruined the toothbrush mustache. He ruined that hairstyle, the sweeping fringe thing he had. He ruined the name Adolf, and he ruined the name Hitler. Like, he fucked up 4 things. Like Stalin, all Stalin fucked up was the surname Stalin. It doesn't matter if your name's Joseph. It doesn't matter if you have a big bushy mustache like he had. It doesn't matter if no one's criticizing you if you've got a Stalin haircut. It's just if your name's Stalin, people are going to look at you funny. But Hitler's 4 times worse because he fucked up Adolf, Hitler, the mustache, and the hairstyle.
And
That's
the
how
Hindu
bad he
symbol.
was.
Yeah, he fucked up that symbol. Yes.
Which, as symbols go, it's just a nice looking symbol, and he ruined it for everybody.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. Symbol. Yeah.
Speaking of names, Micro, why do Hispanic people call their kids Jesus?
Jesus.
Jesus. Is it Jesus?
Yeah, it's Jesus.
Jesus.
They pronounce their J's like H's.
And I'm like, what?
It'd be Jesus.
They pronounce some of their consonants are pronounced different than the way it's pronounced in English. I learned that in Spanish class.
Okay.
Westerners actually say it incorrectly anyway.
Okay.
We call it Jesus.
Let's say Jesus.
It'd be, well, in the original place, it'd be more like Jesus.
I think originally translated, his name is actually Joshua.
Yeah, Yeshua in Hebrew. And that's the thing, because Jesus Christ means Joshua, the anointed one. So there's a joke where Jesus Christ means his nickname is Oily Josh because he's.
I got a couple. So this is another thing. There's cats
that look like Hitler.
Yeah, and also a house that looks like Hitler.
A house that looks like Hitler. Oh my god. Things that look like Hitler. Oh my god.
I heard Hitler's mother was Jewish.
Not so much.
I thought it was his girlfriend.
I don't think so.
There's a lot of not fully known things about Hitler, like who his real father really was. But yeah, there's a lot of weirdness about Hitler that probably wouldn't stand up to Nazi scrutiny.
Yeah, probably not. He was, as far as I know, he was actually raised Catholic.
I think you may
he
be
did
right.
renounce it. He did renounce it. I did a bit of reading about that, and he actually did renounce it. But as far as I know, he was raised Catholic.
I once had someone try to sort of, basically do the old, Hitler was an atheist, and that's why atheism is bad, effectively.
Yeah.
And
That's
it's like,
a long road, isn't it?
and
The Crusades.
Yeah. Well,
what about the Spanish Inquisition?
Yeah.
Need I go on?
What were the comical
People are bad.
Oh yeah. The comical one was he basically posted a picture of Hitler and a quote on it talking about how I've forgotten what the wording was. I'm going to try and find it because I've saved it. And it's in here. But it's a part quote, and they miss something out deliberately. Give me a second, I'll find it. Carry on talking, and I'll.
That's right. Yeah, there's a lot of sort of ambiguity and conflicting stories about Hitler and how he got started, but it is one of my favorite. The Behind the Bastards episodes of Hitler are very funny because they look at other stuff. Like Hitler was basically into romance novels, and he was extremely bad at interacting with women, and he was
into scat.
Well, that's the popular rumor. In fact, Tism, this is Serious Mum, had the song Defecate on My Face that was supposed to be about Ava Braun and Adolf Hitler.
I heard he was in the scat with his niece.
Oh, he was
with his niece, yeah.
He was into weird.
There was a glass barricade between them.
Poems for you?
Like she would. Child.
Okay, yeah, we'll keep it a little bit cleaner than that then.
Yeah, so Peppa Pig's a great show.
Peppa Pig is a great show.
No, definitely. There was an article saying how Peppa Pig is giving kids in America an English accent.
I did hear that actually, which is funny because
Mikey's got an American accent from Dora the Explorer, so you know.
Yeah,
welcome.
And a load of other things. I mean, literally ITV, which is one of the sort of independent broadcasters, they don't have a kids section anymore. They don't have a kids department. They don't get shows made. They just buy them in and stick them on. And pretty much every single one of them comes from America.
It just went all funny.
Well, we have a lot of kids shows that are from like UK or Australia or like Canada.
There we go. That's the quote that they came up with. It's been our misfortune to have the wrong religion. The Mohammedan religion would have been much more compatible to us than Christianity. And but the problem is that the quote has a bit in the middle of it.
Yeah.
And so this guy was trying to say, because, Hitler was anti-church. No. In fact, there was an attempt to make a Nazi church, which had, sort of the Bible on one side, Mein Kampf on the other side. Anyway, but the real quote.
Predictions from Revelation.
Yeah. So the real quote came from Inside the Third Reich by Albert Speer, a guy who was there. So,
Yeah.
Hitler had been most impressed with a scrap of history he learned from a delegation of distinguished Arabs. When the Mohammedans attempted to penetrate beyond France into Central Europe in the 8th century, a visitor told him, they had been driven back at the Battle of Tours. Had the Arabs won this battle, the world would be Mohammedan from today. For theirs was a religion that believed in spreading faith by the sword and subjugating all nations to that faith. The German peoples would have been heirs to that religion. Such a creed was perfectly suited to the Germanic temperament. Hitler said that the conquering Arabs, because of their racial inferiority, would have in the long run been able to contend with the harsher climates and conditions of the country. They would not have been able to keep down the more vigorous natives. So ultimately, not Arabs, but Islamicized Germans, would have stood ahead of this Mohammedan empire. Hitler usually concluded this historical speculation by saying, you see, it's been our misfortune to have the wrong religion. Why didn't we have the religion of the Japanese regard sacrifice for the fatherland as the highest good? The Mohammedan religion, too, would have been more compatible to us than Christianity. Why did it have to be Christianity with its meekness and flabbiness? It is remarkable that even in before the war, he went on, today Serbians and the White Russians and the people of the steppes live extremely healthy lives. For that reason, they're better equipped for development and in the long run, biologically superior to Germans. It was an idea was destined to repeat in more drastic terms during the last months of the war. And it's like, so someone was trying to like, Hitler was an atheist and, and he was anti-church and he wasn't a Christian, all that kind of stuff. And it's like,
He's also a pagan.
Yeah. The thing about it is,
weird stuff. Yeah.
the thing about it is, it doesn't matter anyway, because more than 90% of Germany was Christian, and still the soldiers and people did awful, horrible things to each other. So
psychological manipulation.
Well, there's Christian as in belonging to the club, and then there's Christian as in believing it.
And living the creed. Yeah.
Absolutely.
But also, the Nazis had a weird connection with Hindus in India. In fact, the current ruling party in India traces directly back to a pro-Nazi party in World War II. And when I've mentioned them before, I thought you can kind of understand it when you look at particularly what England did to India. And in fact, Churchill specifically inflicted a famine on India that killed millions. So when it gets to World War II and Indian people find out, hey, there's this guy called Hitler who's waging war on Churchill, the dude that killed millions of us, maybe we should listen to what this Hitler guy's saying. Maybe he's got something to say. And there was this weird connection between the Nazis and a Hindu subset. The majority of Indians and Hindus rejected the Nazis, and this political party was fringe for decades. But suddenly they got a groundswell, and they're the ruling party in India at the moment. But Modi is a fucking fascist. The Indian leader Modi is a fucking fascist. And I don't mean that as a generic insult for someone I don't like. He is of a party that was literally born from a Nazi alliance, and Modi promotes racial superiority and a fascist ideology of state control of people. He's shit. Modi is bad.
Especially, because despite what people might think, there are an awful lot of Muslims in India. And they are brutalized by...
They are a persecuted minority, not least because they're meat eaters. The dominant Hindu group are vegetarian, and anyone who is either Muslim, Christian, atheist, whatever, who eats meat are regularly violently abused by Hindu extremists. Oh, and Buddhists too. Buddhists get persecuted by Hindu extremists in India. So
yes, the moment you put extremist on the end of anything, you basically get a cunt.
Oh yeah, and that's
the word
why
extremist is involved. You're dealing with a cunt.
When people go, everyone should be Buddhist. There's no bad Buddhists, and I went, you need to get on Google and look up the Buddhist Hitler, and because there's this guy, I think he's in Myanmar, Burma. This guy who is the Buddhist spiritual leader is very much into ethnic cleansing, is into the extermination of anyone who is not Buddhist. So no one is free, and that includes atheists or secularists. No one is free from extremism,
even
no matter what your ideology is.
Kind of a depending on the Buddhism, but it's kind of an atheist religion.
Yes.
You want to hear something funny?
Yeah.
So a Nambian politician named Adolf Hitler says he has no plans for world domination after winning a sweeping victory in local elections. I don't need to tell you the rest of the story. You've just got to love that as it stands.
No. I was about to say I'm not sure I trust him. That's exactly what someone called Adolf Hitler would say. Sorry. A joke. You won't know this person, but again, because I've got another YouTube channel where I make cocktails. There's a whole bunch of people who do cocktails on YouTube. We have a little community. We talk to each other on Discord and whatnot. And there's this one guy, he's really funny. He's like a retiree, I don't know, he's 60s or 70s, calls himself Cocktail Tony. He's a funny guy. He's like, Italian-American guy. And he and his wife, they're probably in their 70s. And he's just having fun. When he makes cocktails, they're these absurdly overpowered cocktails. Like there will be 5 shots of alcohol in his cocktails. Like they're so, and he's just going like, yeah, I'm just putting this. And we started making jokes about, I think he's a retired mob guy because look at the way he behaves. And he made this one cocktail that he said was called the Gangster. And he's called the Gangster. And he goes, but I'm not a gangster. And on our Discord group, I'm going, that is exactly what a mobbed up guy would say.
But did you say it to him?
I'm not in the mob. No, I want to stay on his, because I'm not joking. I'm absolutely sure he's a retired mob guy, and I want to stay on his good side. I don't want to get. But he's a delightful guy, but I'm sure he's actually a retired mob guy. But
my mate who's about to reappear on camera can tell you a thing or two about the previous owner of a car he had.
Ooh.
The sort of pictures that person had on their wall.
Oh, wow.
And the stories that go with those people.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I'll wait till he comes back in. I'll get him to share because he's just pulled up with some coffee. I'll get him to share.
When my mum and dad owned a tin mine in Deepwater. I don't know if anybody knows where Deepwater is. It's somewhere near Glen Innes. Does anyone know where Glen Innes is? Yeah, it's the back of fucking Burke. It's nowhere land.
Middle of nowhere.
And so, they put it up for sale before moving to Sydney. And one of the people who came to look at the property was definitely a mobster, because they walk into the house, like they knock on the door, say, "Hey, we're here to see the property." They let him in, and then his mind is like going through every room, like checking for someone with a gun and shit like that. Yeah. They didn't sell to him, but they're around. They're around, and that would have been 1970 or 1971.
Yeah. There's an old, and I mean like a 20-year-old Brian Brown film called Dirty Deeds. It's an Australian crime film. It's kind of set in the 60s.
That rings a slight bell, yeah.
It was inspired by a real photo. There's this photo that the cops got their hands on. It's a really well-known Chicago mafia guy, was apparently in Australia and went on a hunting trip in the outback with some Australian crime figures, and they're posing together with this kangaroo they shot. And there was all this conjecture. What was this Chicago mob guy doing with Sydney mob guys? And nothing ever came of it. But that was the inspiration for this movie, where Brian Brown's a Sydney crime lord. And there's some Chicago mob guys coming out trying to make a move in Australia and whatnot. It's a good movie, by the way. It's just called Dirty Deeds, as an Australian crime film set in the 60s. It's quite good.
Have you ever seen Stone?
Oh, the old biker movie. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're talking about mob stories, and I thought maybe the crew sometime
in the 90s, mid 90s, when rollerblading became big.
Yeah.
My friends and I decided we were going to see the Stone movie for the 20th anniversary, I think it was.
Wow, yeah.
Playing at Hoyt's on George Street.
Yeah.
And Hoyt's, yeah.
Sounds like you've hurt yourself, doesn't it? I'll just pick this up. Wait! Oh, busted myself.
And we put on our rollerblades, went over the Harbour Bridge.
Yeah.
And down to Hoyt's on George Street. and watch Stone. Yeah, with a lot of bikers.
A lot of bikers. It's a popular biker
Yeah.
movie, that one. Contemporary of Mad Max. Hey, I'm going to let you all, because we're apparently going to get a story about Dodgy Guy with a car, which I like the idea of. I'm going to make another old-fashioned video and let you all talk amongst yourselves.
All right. So the previous owner of the Chrysler, you met somebody who was a bit interesting, didn't you?
I did. Nobody's brother is the current owner of my old car, which is one of these Chrysler 300 SRT gangster cars. And it was a nice V8. Bought it from a guy down the Gold Coast. And he was probably, I don't know, mid-60s. Just looks like a normal guy. But he mentioned that he had mob connections here in Australia. Well, it turns out that this particular guy was the bodyguard of a guy called Lenny. That's the car.
Oh,
there we go.
Nice.
This particular guy who owned the car I brought it from was the bodyguard of Lenny McPherson, who was George Freeman's partner in crime in the Sydney underworld. So quite a big-figured guy. And anyway, the first thing we discovered was something in the boot, which I thought was a tire jack. But what it was is what they call a bitch stick, which was a bunch of electrical cables tied together with rubber compounding around it to act like a baton that you can smash someone over the skull and break their skull without making noise. And the impact's less, shock is less on your arm and your hands. So it's called a bitch stick. And he had this weapon hidden in the boot. And the second thing was, in this guy's billiard room, when I went to do the paperwork and hand over the money, he had a photo wall of all these people. And I recognized some of these people from Underbelly, like not the actors, the real crime figures. And here he was socializing with these crime figures. And he pointed to his associate, pointed to one person. See that guy? I said, yeah. He goes, he's rubbed out 29. And I looked at him and then I realized he meant murdered. He goes, he's no longer with us. But this guy and his ward killed 29 people. So there's so now his brother, nobody's brother, is driving the car with the bitch stick still in it, which will make for interesting which will make for interesting conversation if he's pulled over by a police to look in the boot.
Allegedly still has.
Allegedly still has.
Because it would be illegal.
He should probably
it would be illegal. It would be illegal.
Yeah. It would be. I've never heard of a bitch stick before.
Well, it sounds like something you get from Sex World or something, but like, no.
It does.
Yes, I know.
Otherwise known as a you'll be.
You'll be fucked.
You'll be fucked if I
You'll
call you
be fucked if you get hit with it.
I found a sex shop. Oh, I'm echoing.
They're out there.
Yes, no, I found one just down the road on the way to Patient Wolf, which is a gin distillery. I was walking my doggy and I walk like, oh, dildos. Oh. And then I found Patient Wolf, which is the distillery. That's my neighborhood. That and pantsless with strange men yelling at me to video them.
Yeah. Do you live in Sunshine? Broady?
No, I don't live in Sunshine. Sunshine's got a lot more Muslims in it. And pardon?
Not in Broady?
No, not in Broady. Lots more
Not in Ringwood, not in Frankston?
Muslims there.
Not in Frankston, not in
Frankston. No, in the city.
Oh, Prawn?
Yeah. Oh, no, not the eastern side. I'm not on the other side of the. No, I am just by about 500 meters. I am just still north of the Yarra.
Wow, very nice. Very nice.
So that makes it's important.
Yes, it is.
To stay north of the Yarra.
Oh, yes.
Well, you turn into a wanker instantly.
Oh, absolutely.
Same happens to if you drink warm beer, I'm told.
Yes.
That turns you into a wanker.
Yes, it does.
According to those commercials.
Come to think of it, actually,
the warm beer, you turn into a wanker.
Interesting. Frankston, they've got the I think it's called Seaport on the side where the ocean is, and the real estate there is really expensive now on the ocean side of Frankston.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. Anything with ocean views is going to be expensive. Yeah. When I first moved to Melbourne, which was 20 years ago, I moved to Yarraville, which was, it's between Williamstown and Footscray. and Altona and Williamstown. Like Williamstown was getting expensive then. Now it's really expensive.
My ex
It's
was
really-
from Williamstown, and it was all housing commission in the 60s and 70s. And then it just went, the real estate went through the roof. And St Kilda
Yeah.
was full of druggos and prostitutes, and now it's $1 million real estate.
Yeah, yeah. It's a water view, you know. In Sydney, you can really see it happening. Like
Yeah,
I bet.
yeah.
a water, you get a little glimpse of a water view from your kitchen or from your toilet, even. Then
I
you
thought all
know,
toilets
that's
had
it.
water views.
Yeah.
If there's not water in the toilet, look out.
No,
Sorry,
no,
I
that's
just
not
came in.
quite what I meant. No,
Awkward
no.
time coming in.
We were talking about houses and water views and the value of houses, and I'm saying, well, and Nettie said at some places in Sydney, if you've got a water view from your toilet, it means your real estate's worth more money. And I made the joke that every toilet should have a water view, and if there's no water, well, it's a problem.
Yeah. It was a great line to come in on if there's no water in your
fantastic.
toilet.
Toilets will be very expensive because they've all got water views.
Well, if you've got an inside toilet, very expensive. Luxury.
Oh, I grew up with an
Mercy.
outside toilet. Don't you worry.
That reminds me of a Young Ones episode, actually, of all things.
Yes, I know this
You
one.
know where I'm going with this.
You don't have to pay as much for the outside
Yeah.
loo.
Yeah, Vivian threw the toilet out.
You throw the
window.
laffy
Why'd you do
outside.
that? Yeah.
Why did you
Oh,
throw the
I'd forgotten
lavatory
that.
outside? He says, and he goes, because if it hasn't got an inside toilet, we can get a reduction from the
Rent tribunal.
rent tribunal
Yeah.
or something.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
of course, Rick goes, I think you do it deliberately because you know I've got a runny bottom.
Absolutely.
Of course, he has a runny bottom.
I actually lived in a rental house in Sydney in Chippendale where it's not just, and the toilet was outside, the actual bathroom was external. So you actually had to go out the back door. It was only a short walk, but you had to walk out the back door and then into another door, which was the bathroom where the shower and bath and toilet was. That was when it was raining or if it was winter, that friggin' sucked.
That would suck.
Are outside like toilets common there?
They
Or
used
bathrooms
to
or whatever?
be. They're very uncommon now, but in the
Mm.
past they were much more common.
Yeah, in the UK,
Yeah.
especially Industrial Revolution housing, shall we say, the outside toilets were quite normal, and most of them ended up
Dunnies.
becoming, most of them ended up becoming things like, garden sheds where you put your
Yeah.
toilet.
Yeah. The some of the older suburbs in Sydney and Melbourne, you still have behind the back fences of the houses, you get these very narrow lanes that run behind them. And people today don't realize that that was before there was plumbing in
It's
the
the
houses.
Dunny
And
Lane.
Yeah, it was the night soil cart came along. Basically, a truck come along and you were just shitting into an oversized bucket in your outside toilet. And on night soil collection night, you'd drag this shit bucket to your back gate and this truck would come along and guys would, lift the
That's a
bucket of
shit. That's a shit.
Hence the turd burglar.
Yeah,
That-
the turd burglar. That's a shit job.
In some places,
That
I've
sounds like
heard,
That sounds like a really shit job to me.
You can see it on my CV.
definitely
Turd
a
Can
shit
you
burglar.
job.
imagine the mess? Oh my god! Ugh, what
You
a
know,
job!
another thing
out.
that is thankfully before my time was where, in the part of the country I live, they used to have a tin bath, which would be on a hook outside the kitchen window or something, in the back garden.
Yeah.
On a
And you would bring it in, and have a bath. You'd fill it with hot water.
Yes.
There was a place in Chippendale on Darlington. Darlington. It was a house on Rose Street owned by the University of Sydney.
Oh shit! Yeah.
Yeah. the inside, it had murals of these guys called Mudmen, which was some kind of 1960s or 70s performance art activist thing. All over the inside walls. I've got photos of this.
Yeah.
And out the back, you had to have your bath out the back in a bath. And there was like no walls or anything. That was it. That was the bath. And outside dunny as well. And they wanted to knock down. Sorry.
I was just saying, hot damn, outside bath.
Yeah, outside bath. I mean, you know, Sydney doesn't get really cold in winter, but it gets cold enough for that to be bullshit.
Yes.
One of the things that is common, again, in my part of the world, are like Victorian era swimming pools.
Oh,
but
yes.
They had two purposes. One was to swim and, you know, that kind of thing. But the main one was to go and have a bath. Because
the public baths. They were actually referred to as the public baths.
Yeah, so that people could clean themselves.
Yeah.
You know, and when you think of, you know,
come and
you know,
bathe.
could you imagine if you had a time machine?
Your body, just like everyone else, in the same water, Charlie.
Yeah. You see, one of the problems I have when I read the Bible is there's the story of Jesus giving people a tough time because, you know, because I think it's Matthew 7, where it's like, wait a minute, what are you doing eating food without washing your hands? Food, you're supposed to wash your hands. That's the law. That's what the law say. Yeah, and
you're eating with
Jesus,
defiled hands.
Yeah, and Jesus is like, you know, fuck off with your judgmental bullshit, effectively. But it's you know, there's a reason for this, which is you don't eat after you've got crap on your hands, basically.
Yes.
This is how you get ill. This is how you die.
The purpose of
and
that
it just makes you wonder if Jesus was against doing this cleaning thing, washing before eating. How much, if you had a time machine, God, how much do you think people stank back in those days?
Oh, yeah.
Because there was no water closet. That really, you didn't have much of the way of bowls.
Yeah, but you wouldn't know because you stank too.
Yeah. Up until the 19th century.
Wasn't against cleaning, by the way.
No, people were rank until like the 19th century when soap became more common. Perfume existed for the aristocracy to try and cover the fact that they fucking stank like goats. And it wasn't until like the 19th century soap became a bit more widespread, where people were likely to be a bit less stinky. But perfume existed to cover up how badly people... And that whole thing where you get the thing about everyone having the white powdered thing, the powder was perfumed powder as well. People were covering themselves, the aristocracy were covering themselves in a perfumed powder to try and cover up the fact they were fucking rank. They were like really bad.
No wonder they didn't think sex was any good. I mean, would you really want to go get it close to that?
Could you imagine how musty people were downstairs?
No wonder they didn't experiment, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, no, it doesn't. No, I love it. We've got all sorts of disgusted faces. Yeah, Jesus.
Could have sold air fresheners for your privates. Like to hang off the revision mirror, could hang them over your bit.
Yeah, but that's what perfume was. Just try and cover up your stench.
I guess it was.
Yeah, I've just got this little image of somebody wearing one of those Christmas tree shaped things hanging in front of the
Could be inverted.
Yeah, so pointy and down.
Santa, come here.
Santa's not here.
Oh, yeah, no wonder they were prudes. I'd be a prude.
Yeah, it probably literally was gross. We say, oh, it's weird they thought sex was gross. It actually probably was. It was probably really gross.
Oh,
it's just not good.
Grotesque.
Yeah. You know, I find it funny how the homophobic, especially the Christian right, will have it, you know, like to call gay men dirty when
Hmm.
usually they're really, really, really quite clean.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. Stereotypes.
And they
are
made
weird.
they made their condoms out of cat's guts and pig's guts.
Yeah,
Whoa.
because that's
Yes,
quite
it was
similar.
actually the intestine. It was a reusable condom because
Yeah.
it was just the sort of right size to fit over a dick.
What
They
could
washed
possibly
it.
go wrong?
They washed it. Yeah, it was. Yeah, no,
Okay.
it's
You want to see that on the clothesline, would you?
no.
Where you used condoms?
Especially the really active dude, would have like about a dozen on the clothesline because
Kmart could have the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday line.
Yeah,
Like socks.
And that's where the phrase "how's it hanging" comes from.
Nice one.
that's a good one.
That is gold.
Mm. Oofed. Okay, I'm
No,
going to
I
slow
get
down.
people tell me I've got a really bad sense of humor.
I disagree.
Ah!
I disagree.
It's them who
Yeah,
has the
good.
bad sense of humor.
That's
That was
right.
brilliant.
Yeah.
I like to say
Yeah.
I have an esoteric sense of humor.
Yeah, I think you're just putting them on the back foot, is what they're.
Oh, that was good. That was
It's
sharp. That
bad.
was
I
witty.
can't cope.
Oh,
Oh,
I've got it
dear.
just while I'm thinking of. We were talking about Mozart's terrible poetry before. There was, I think it might have been somebody in one of these live streams. Actually, it might have been you, Nettie. I don't know. Somebody was talking about there was a choir did a performance of Mozart. I think it was Mozart's "Lick My Ass."
Yeah.
What?
No,
that wasn't
no,
me. I
Mozart had-
remember that.
he
Was
had
it
a very
Mozart?
crass song or poem. Yeah.
Yeah. It was in German, but it was still basically "Lick My Ass." It was it was sung so sweetly.
Yeah.
It was sung so sweetly.
Germans are under something.
It was
Yeah.
the funniest thing. 'Cause it was
Hey, do you know
subtitled.
anything about German swearing? It's all about asses and shit. They got a
Yeah, that
thing
makes
about
sense.
That was a
asses.
ugly little bastard.
Germans are into the Shiza.
You know,
If you've
it's
ever-
actually quite
You have a
funny.
look at today. I found out. You look at today. I found out YouTube channel and look up Mozart's less family friendly works or not family friendly works or something like that.
Yeah.
He was a dirty little bastard, and he learned it
He
from his
was.
mum.
He very much was. Yes.
From his mum.
You know, when you said about
God, she must have been a lady.
swear.
I don't know I don't know if it's a stereotype that got down to there, but for the Germans seem to have a reputation for not having a sense of humor. And I met a German. I said, "Tell me something. You have this reputation. Germans have this reputation. What is it that Germans find funny?" And apparently, it's fart jokes, ass jokes, things of that nature.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's
So
a
bottom
rough
humor, and it's like, but the irony
It's just
is,
different.
it's one of our favorite things as well. We love
Yeah.
ass jokes, bottom jokes, and you know.
Yes.
So here's a translation of one of Mozart's letters. I think this was to a girlfriend of his. I could be wrong about that. Good night, you are quite an ox. Good night, my dear lot. Good night, fooey fooey. Good night, good night. Shit your bed and make it burst. Good night, sleep tight, and stick your ass to your mouth.
Okay. Sure.
Right.
Sure. Yeah.
There was more of them that were just as bad as that, if not worse. But shit the bed and make it burst was a
think
common
maybe
occurrence.
I think maybe a few things may be lost in translation.
You could be right. You could be right.
Please, I hope.
You're hoping.
I hate to burst your bubble, but there was quite a lot of his material that was that fucking gross.
I can see
Oh,
you
here we go.
scrolling.
Yeah, I'm finding more shit for you. No pun intended. There we go. Let's see. I found it today. I found our website, so I know I'm going to find it now. Lick me in the ass right well and clean. That was one of his lines.
Yeah. But even it's not just him. Like Shakespeare,
Dirty little boy.
Shakespeare is filthy as hell.
Oh yeah, I have reprieved your highly esteemed writing, biting, and I have noted, doted thy my uncle Garfunkel, my aunt Slant, and you two are well, Mel. We too, thank God, are in good fettle kettle. You write further, indeed, you let it all out. You expose yourself. You let yourself be heard. You give me notice. You declare yourself. You indicate to me. You bring me the news. You announce unto me. You state in broad daylight. You demand. You desire. You wish. You want. You like. You command that I too could send you my portrait. I shall mail fail for sure. Oh, by the love of my skin, I shit on your nose so it runs down your chin.
Ugh.
I'm not making this up.
No, I believe you. I believe you that it's there.
It's on the
I
phone.
believe you it's there.
It's on the website. I am not making this up.
My
How romantic it says.
But like Shakespeare's full of filthy lines. My favorite bit was in I think it's Much Ado About Nothing. It's in one of the comedies when there's all these different people trying to hit on different people. I think there's the actual term.
Okay.
Different people trying to hit on different people, and the main characters are trying to set up this guy they don't like with a fake love letter from a lady, and make him think that this lady was writing love letters to him.
Definitely.
And somebody do something embarrassing. And when he reads the letter, he reads it and says, like, this is definitely my lady's writing. I recognize her C's, her U's, and her T's. And in case you missed it, one of the other characters is eavesdropping. And after this guy says that, they look at their friend and repeat, he can see her C, her U, and T. And that's like Shakespeare doing cunt jokes in.
Yeah, he does. There's one in Hamlet too.
Yeah. They're more
something
common
about
in comedy.
country matters.
Yes. Yeah. No, he slips filthy jokes into everything.
See if it comes up.
It's ridiculous, but anyway.
Just to change the topic, something shit.
Yes.
Bit of news that's happened in the UK. So the LGB Alliance and Anti-Trans Hate Group, they invited Boris Johnson to come and take part. And so his secretary basically wrote back to them saying, "Thanks to you and Mrs. Bev Jackson for your email, yada yada yada, inviting Prime Minister to the first LGBT Alliance National Convention. Prime Minister is delighted to learn of this new groundbreaking event and is aware of what a truly momentous occasion this will be. Unfortunately, as I hope you'll understand, yada yada, he's a busy guy. However, on his behalf, I would like to thank the LGBT Alliance for their incredible hard work and send my best of wishes for a successful conference."
Ugh. Yeah, no, they're a bunch of freaks. I've read about them. Just weird, almost self-loathing gay people who are trying to put fences around everything, and if you don't fit their thing, they hate you. I don't know.
Well, not only that, they hate
the same
people.
Do you think they were the same ones who were trying to troll us a few weeks ago with their LGBTIWA?
Oh yeah. No, those ones were right-wing trolls. No, this group, yeah, but isn't the B bisexual in the LGB lobby?
Yeah, but they can't stand bisexual people for some reason.
Yeah, but like, for instance, if you say you're queer, they will lose their shit at you.
Like I say, I have looked them up, and I gave 2 months worth of sort of, this is what they tweeted in each month. I did it actually weekly. And they a large chunk of their time was self-promotion stuff, which you can understand. A very small amount of it was retweeting anti-trans stuff, and most of their time was anti-trans stuff of their own, and never, ever, ever did they retweet any positive LGB stuff.
Yeah.
And it was something like 5 times or 3 times or whatever it was in a week that they did anything that you couldn't, that was pro LGB.
Yeah, it's very.
We're pro LGB group, and we just don't think trans belongs in that group. And yet, wait a minute, why is it like 90% of the time you're anti-trans stuff or retweeting anti-trans stuff?
Yeah,
and the only
sounds like astroturfing.
I personally believe that it's that the pro LGB stuff is just plausible deniability. So they can't just look like an absolute outright.
Yeah.
I
think you're right.
Yes.
But like I say, they never retweet any pro LGBT stuff ever.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just anti-trans. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, there's something going on there. Sorry, I'm just topping up one of my bottle cocktails, so don't mind me. I'm not drinking it. I'm just topping it up and putting it back in the fridge. Ooh, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to put some of this bitters in it. So,
actually, I've got a screen share for you. Which
hang on, I'll go back in and.
Yeah. So, like I say, this is
really little bits of text, and my old eyes can't see them, but I can see what it is. It's their Twitter activity.
Yeah. So anti-trans tweets.
Basically,
in a week, it was 12 anti-trans tweets, 3 anti-trans retweets, 1 pro-LGBT tweet, and 2 self-promotion. And basically, at the end of the month, there were 30 self-promotion, 5 pro-LGBT tweets, and 23 anti-trans tweets of their own, and 12 retweets. So that's 35 times there was anti-trans stuff, 5 times there was pro-trans stuff, and 30 times there was self-promotion. If we look a year before, I just looked up 2 weeks a year ago, and it was 64 anti-trans tweets, 4 anti-trans retweets, and 2 self-promotion ones, and then 36 anti-trans tweets, 3 pro-LGB tweets.
So they're really not pro-LGB. They're just anti-trans. That's what I'm seeing there.
Oh yeah. Like I say, it's plausible deniability.
It's the most accurate description. Yeah.
I got
if they want to make the world a better place, they can start by suiciding.
Yeah, I tend not.
There'll be less fuckwits.
Yeah, I don't really like that kind of thinking, because that just it's their kind of mentality, if you know what I mean.
They can change their ways and stop being cunts, or they can get rid of themselves just to make the world have fewer cunts. It's
Yeah. Anyway, here's something. So I put the orange. I thought, okay, can I make this look like?
That's cool. That's cool.
I like it.
Oh, Halloween thumb. I like it.
Yeah, I painted my nails earlier, and it's like, okay, I reckon I could put a little face on there with my Sharpie and make it Halloween stuff. So maybe for Halloween, I'll just do my nails all orange and pumpkin.
Yeah, that's good.
This is the best sugarless chocolate.
That Lindt sugarless chocolate you've been talking about?
Yeah.
I don't like normal Lindt.
Oh, I do. I definitely do.
Well, you're in trouble then.
Just a second, Laura. Are you referring to the brand, or are you alluding to the original definition of the word Lindt?
Oh, no, LINDT, which is the company name.
Yeah, the company name. Just
and not the stuff you get caught in your belly button.
Yeah,
Ah,
that's what I was trying to clarify. I thought
You
you
know
might
what?
have been having a bit of a play on words.
Yeah, here's the question. Why is the link touch your belly button always blue?
Haven't really thought about that
Because
one, I'm
cotton,
afraid.
Smurfs have been
cotton
shady.
is blue.
Is there an answer?
The
Is there an
most
answer?
basic-
I don't
There
know.
is an answer.
What's the answer?
There is an answer.
That's the answer. Well, if you choked a Smurf, what color would it turn?
Purple.
Because the basic dye in cotton
Okay, I'll
and
go with that.
other things, but the most basic dye is blue.
Ah.
So when it breaks down, it's blue.
Okay, I got it from Google. It says that blue is a natural color of cotton in clothes,
Oh.
and the sweat caught in your belly button helps the blue
Ah.
diffuse from the cotton into the fluff.
Oh wow!
Wow. Very good.
Uh-huh.
There we
I
go.
heard that fact like 30 years ago when I was a kid. Yeah.
Okay.
It's, Jeff Dunham did
Well,
a
I
thing
remember
using
it a
that
bit
joke
wrong,
about
yeah.
if you choke a Smurf, what color does it turn?
Mm.
He did that with his character Walter.
Mm.
He goes, sometimes I just sit and think about things, like if you choke a Smurf, what color does it turn? And Walter goes, is that what they're calling it these days?
Oh dear. Oh dear.
I don't get that.
Probably not now.
So it's about grabbing a man grabbing their penis and squeezing it and rubbing it vigorously. That's what it's about.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Sorry, I don't do subtlety. I just go. I'm single entendre guy. I'm saying when I say choking a Smurf, I mean masturbating furiously. That's like,
You know the song Turning Japanese is about that subject.
it is. It absolutely is.
Yes.
I really think so.
Oh dear.
Okay, so I
Nice.
just checked.
Nice.
I just checked. Okay, this is a little creepy thing that I noticed this week.
Ooh.
A creepy thing.
We like creep.
I just checked that there's only 3 people watching the stream.
All right. So
And I'm
we're gonna
hoping
go,
that's
Jack.
all.
Is that what
That's
you're
just us guys.
And I'm one
saying?
of them.
It's just us. It's just us.
Yeah. So that's good. Last week, I mentioned the Alabama Slammer.
Yes.
The cocktail.
Yes.
Then when I was listening to my podcasts about narcissists, this guy who does the podcast, who considers is a confessed narcissist and psychopath,
I've heard this.
diagnosed,
Yeah.
mentioned the Alabama Slammer.
Yeah.
Very.
Bit weird.
I had also corresponded with him, and he had talked about it like he'd used it wrong. He didn't use it as a cocktail. He was talking about people going to jail.
Yeah. Oh, the
And,
Alabama Slammer. Yeah.
Yeah, I've never heard it used that way, and I'm just like a little freaked out that this psychopath is chasing me around the internet. But I have corresponded with him professionally. I have asked for his professional opinion on something.
Glad you clarified that.
I got a joke for you. So a paving slab walks into a bar, and he slams his kind of, paving slabby hand on the bar and says, "Give me a drink now." And so the bar's like, okay, and gives him a drink. And so, he then this paving slab starts talking about how hard and how tough he is. And, next thing you know, door opens and in comes a piece of reddy brown tarmac. And he just asks for a drink, and he goes off to the, into a seat in the corner and just sups his drink. And as soon as the guy goes in, the paving slab gets really quiet and looks rather intimidated by this ready brown piece of tarmac. And so, you know, a little while later, the ready brown piece of tarmac finishes his drink, goes off towards the bar, pops it on the glass. Thank you very much. I really enjoyed it, and leaves. And, you know, so the barman says to the paving slab, you know, you were really quiet when that guy was in here. I thought you were like hard and strong and tough and all that kind of stuff. And the paving slabs, he says, well, yeah, I am, but that guy's a psychopath.
Oh. Oh dear.
Sorry.
So this.
I heard a joke, an old joke on television the other night. When was it? They were talking about Hey Hey It's Saturday and some of its highlights. And one of the jokes that have been told on that show a couple of times, which was an absolute corker, and I think half the world's forgotten it. It's time they remembered. So it was like a military training sort of thing. You know, they were having a skirmish thing, but they didn't have enough guns. So they gave, you know, they get to this guy, and all they give him is a stick, and he's going, yeah, well, what use is that? And they go, look, there's an understanding amongst the guys, all right? You point that stick at someone and you shout, bangity, bang, bang. And they're instructed that means they've been shot and now should drop. Yes, yeah, right. You know, so he's out there. He sees someone in the scrub and he points a stick at him. Bangity, bang, bang. Person goes, oh. He goes, all right, awesome.
All right, that worked. Yeah.
So, you know, he sees somebody else knocking in the scrub. He goes up, points a stick at him. Bangity, bang, bang. Oh. So he's enjoying himself, you know. He's shooting all these people, shouting bangity bang bang at them, and he sees he gets up on this sort of a dirt road or something, and he sees this guy who's just marching straight at him, and he's going bangity bang bang, nothing, bangity bang bang, and the guy just keeps walking straight at him, getting closer and closer and closer, and he's going bangity bang. The guy walks straight into him, bowls him over, steps on top of him, and keeps going, shouting tankety tank tank.
I like that. Tankety tank tank.
Tankety tank tank. Oh dear.
I've reshared that so many times already because it's comic, but it's hilarious.
Oh, that's
So
good. I like
cute.
that. I like that. Oh dear.
Oh, I'm getting another drinky winky.
That's okay. I'm going to drink.
Drinkity
My
drink,
current
drink.
drinky winky is water. So
I wonder if that works. Drinkity drink drink.
drinkity drink drink. Yeah.
Nope.
I'm gonna get off. I haven't
All right.
eaten yet, so
Yeah.
Oh, fair enough.
Have
Good to
some
see you.
breakfast or lunch or whatever time of day it is, man.
Yeah. bye.
Thanks for dropping in, man.
All right, mate.
Bye,
See ya.
Micro.
I just disappeared to get myself some squash, and I just fill it up about this much full of squash, and then the rest is water. And
nice.
it's just right.
Nice.
Here too.
We all got to keep hydrated.
Well, I've been drinking a lot more lately because I am dehydrated. So it's just a good idea to
Yeah.
prepare.
Good call. Good call. Good call.
He's off.
Oofed.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's actually, believe it or not, it's actually quite being trans is quite useful. Being in this situation with this stomachache, dehydration problem I've got, and that is I've got to keep my voice, my throat lubricated.
Yes.
Otherwise, I start sounding like getting a bit of gritty sound in my voice, and it's harder to get the softer version I'm trying to get.
Yes.
So yeah, being trans means I've got to keep lubricating. To lubricate, you got to drink.
Okay, you fed me a straight line, Laura, and I'm not touching it with a barge pole. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I'm being very controlled. There's a lot of self-control on my part to not Benny Hill right there with the lubricated line. But yeah. Oh God. It's again every now and then because I look at weird stuff on YouTube, so I get some weird recommendations. and every now and then, because I look up old comedy stuff, I will get Benny Hill clips recommended to me, and I do look at them occasionally and go, okay, I haven't watched Benny Hill since the 70s. What's Benny Hill like? And you watch it and go, oh my God. And it's not that it's not politically correct and whatnot. It's just like, it's not funny. It's just not funny. It's just so over the top.
It's quite funny how things like Benny Hill are so politically incorrect that they're just not on TV anymore.
Yeah.
And so then you get people saying, oh, I liked Benny Hill and it's been removed. And it's like, guess what? People fucking change.
Yeah.
This is the thing that
it's
people need to
funny.
understand. Times change, understandings change, sense of humor changes.
Mhm.
There's stuff that stopped amusing people, not because it wasn't politically correct, but because we just don't find it funny anymore.
Why is it racist? Why is it racist jokes aren't as funny as they used to be? Because there are fewer racists around to find them funny.
Yeah. And it's like, the one I always come back to is Mickey Rooney in Breakfast at Tiffany's. Breakfast at Tiffany's is broadly a very good movie, but there's this bit where Mickey Rooney does this just horrific racist stereotype of Japanese
You
man.
wake me up again.
And it's not just that does the buck tooth big glasses thing. It's that the Japanese neighbor is a sexual pervert and it's just like, this is fucked. What the fuck is this? It's not funny. It's not funny.
Were we talking about Benny Hill?
Yes, we were talking about Benny Hill. Yeah.
It was on at a very children's hour.
Yeah, I used to watch it as well.
Strangely.
Yeah. And I still see. I was saying I see it on YouTube occasionally, and I go, "Oh, I used to watch Benny Hill. What's Benny Hill like?" And I watch these things and go, "Okay, that's just not funny." It's like so overplayed and so obtuse, and it's like, "Oh my God, we were very unsophisticated in the 70s, weren't we?"
Here's the thing, though. And I'm gonna go to Star Trek for this, Star Wars for this, because I saw, and I mentioned it before, that there was something. There's a documentary thing called "The People versus George Lucas."
I'm vaguely aware of that. Yes.
Yeah. So one of the things that people said about, about the prequel ones.
Yes.
The Phantom merchandise for being the first one of them. So it was, like, oh, this is just stupid. You ruined my childhood and things like that. And it's like, Jar Jar Binks. Why is Jar Jar Binks the thing? It's just stupid and ridiculous. And of course, yes, if you're us, that makes sense. But if you're 8, Jar Jar Binks is really funny.
Yes.
He sticks his face in a electro
in the engine,
and his tongue gets all my tongue. If you're 8, that's hilarious. And so once I realized that he made that movie for kids, and if you think about it, R2D2 and 3PO are just the comic gag of them, I mean, let's use The Empire Strikes Back. I didn't ask you to turn on the heating. I only mainly mentioned it was freezing in the Princess's chambers. Well, of course it's freezing. Sorry, it's supposed to be freezing.
It's an ice planet. Yes.
Yeah, and it's like, that's kind of funny. But I watched that when I was a teenager, and it is kind of funny.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry,
I'm heading off. Have a good night.
Oh,
thanks for dropping in there.
No worries.
Going
I
by.
shall return shortly.
It's okay. You just remind me, there's a thing in the South Park movie, because the South Park movie came out at virtually the same time as the first of the Star Wars prequels, the Phantom Menace, and people were like, Jar Jar Binks is so racist. You've just got him speaking this jigaboo Creole. What the fuck. And there's a bit in the South Park movie that when a racist white general puts all the black soldiers into one platoon to make them cannon fodder, and when Chef tells the other soldiers, we're all just going to be killed, and a black soldier goes, "Misa gonna die," which is a thing that Jar Jar Binks says. And I remember seeing an interview with the South Park guys when it came out, and they said, "How the fuck did you get that Jar Jar Binks racist joke into your movie, which came out at the same time?" And they said the trailer for The Phantom Menace came out a year earlier, and the instant we saw they had a character that was just talking this grossly racist jigaboo Creole, we just went, "Oh my god!" They just looked at. There was that one. Jar Jar Binks said that one line in the trailer, "Misa gonna die," and they said we just saw that and went, people are just going to see this and go, "What the fuck?" And so we put it into our movie as this big "what the fuck" moment, and our movie came out at the same time, and it blew people's minds with, "How did you know Jar Jar Binks was racist?" And we go, "We saw the trailer. Jar Jar Binks was obviously racist."
What's jigaboo?
It's like in the
It's like early 20th century, 19th century slur for black people. It's minstrel stuff. It's your happy dancing, shuck and jive. It's Disney's Song of the South. It's black people just want to dance and impress white people. And it's just the really racist way white people's entertainment used to produce black people.
Right.
And it's just like that they were all primitive savages and whatnot. And so again, it's jigaboo is an outdated racist slur that I can get away with saying because it's not as loaded as the N-word. I think Laura's sharing something. Let me go with this.
Yeah, this is someone did like these cartoons where Darth Vader was.
Darth Vader as a dad. Yes.
Yeah. So like, this isn't the toy you're looking for. Yes, it is.
Yeah, Jar Jar Binks toy. Oh God, that just reminds me. I remember a very old interview with Mark Hamill. It was in Rolling Stone. I think it was between when Star Wars and The Empire Strikes Back came out. And Mark Hamill was incredibly self-aware. Like, Luke is arguably the lead character in Star Wars. But in this interview, Mark Hamill's just going, "I know my character's a fucking loser, okay?" It's just kind of like, he said, seriously, when I was on set with Harrison Ford, and he just leans back and goes, "Kid, I've been from one end of this universe to the other." Mark Hamill's going, "Oh my God, he's the cool guy. I'm a fucking loser. My character is a fucking loser." And he said, and on Halloween, when Star Wars was the biggest thing ever, people were buying Stormtrooper uniforms and Darth Vader uniforms and Chewbacca uniforms. He said, I went to a costume shop and they were sold out of everything except they had just had this surplus of Luke Skywalker costumes. So I bought two, one for me and one for my mum. And it was just like, and it was so funny. He was so self-aware when he was just going, "My character is a fucking loser." Quite honestly.
Yeah. And all the girls were Princess Leia. Because
all the girls were Princess Leia. The boys were either Han Solo or Chewbacca or a Stormtrooper or Darth Vader. No one wanted to dress up as Luke because Luke was a fucking dork. And it was just like,
oh, I've got a really good picture.
And Safa's pointing out, yes, Jar Jar Binks did actually do the Senate vote to give Emperor Palpatine supreme power, which led to the evil empire. It's all Jar Jar Binks' fault.
A week after Disney bought Star Wars, someone did that.
I
It's
know this artist. She does
Disney
great
princess.
work.
Yeah,
It's
Disney
cool.
princess.
Yes.
And it's like, that's just awesome. You know.
Leia as a Disney princess. Yes.
Yeah. Hell, if I manage to grow boobs big enough, you know, that it works, I might do that one day.
Yeah. I
Every
can't
girl wants
remember.
a big fuck off skirt like that.
Yes,
Every girl
a big
wants one.
flowing princess skirt. Yes.
I know.
Yeah. So you
The
can
problem-
become
the
like
problem-
the wind.
Yeah, the problem with for someone like me is that is huge amount of fabric.
Laura, how tall are you?
6'4".
Holy fucking shit! I didn't know you were that tall.
193 centimeters.
That's
Holy
quite a bit
shit.
taller than me.
That means oh no, I got chocolate all over my pants. This is what I get for wearing pants. So more stuff to wash.
Yeah.
Anyway, Laura, being tall means that you can wear the big ass ball gowns, the really big ones, and not look like a little piggy wiggy like I do because I'm short.
Yeah.
We just look
unfortunately,
tiny.
I've got the belly of a piggy wiggy.
Don't worry, that's what the skirt says. The skirt covers it, darling.
Yeah.
So long
Well,
as there's a part of you where you can like have a waist anywhere,
Yeah.
then
Annoyingly, the parts
you
of
can
my
have the big
waist.
ass ball gown.
In fact, what I'm wearing right now demonstrates it. So if I just move the camera down, so that's where the waist is, and that's where the bit. This is where the belly gets smaller and the boobs start. And so it always wants to keep pulling up because it wants to go to the thinnest part of my body, which, like I say, is below the bust. You know, so empire
Yeah,
waist.
no, that's okay. That's the natural waist anyway.
No, my natural waist is like down here.
No, you
Yeah.
think so, but it isn't.
It's a nice dress,
Well,
though. I like her.
It's
So
a nice dress.
Gecko wants to join us, so I'm just sharing the link because I feel like I haven't seen Gecko in forever, and I think he wants to join us. So I'm just sharing the link out there. Seeing we've had one North American correspondent tonight with micro USB, and he's wandered off.
I gotta get my hair cut.
We can bring Gecko. There he is. There's our man.
Yes. Hello.
How you doing,
hear
man?
me.
You're driving?
No, I'm not driving. I'm parked.
Oh, no. I didn't think you were driving while talking to us. I just meant, are you in a shift at the moment?
I'm on the clock, but I thought I would stop by and say hi because I haven't seen you guys in a long time.
Yeah. No, it's awesome to see you. It's great that you dropped in.
But you know, it's nice to have a good
So where are
full-time
you
job.
at the moment? Where are you at the moment?
Sorry, I didn't hear you or that door slamming.
That's okay. I'm just asking where you were at the moment.
I am getting ready to go start working at a job site.
Okay.
At one of these, schools.
Okay. Oh yeah. All right. There's a school. All right.
But yeah, so I've been here working for almost 2 months now. That's probably why you haven't seen me in a long time because I have
Been
to get
busy.
up at 6 a.m. and I can't just stay up all night. And
Yep. Okay. Cool. It's good you got stuff going on. I like it.
anyways, I guess I'll let you go. I gotta get to work.
All right. It's cool of you to drop in, man. It's great to see you. All
Yeah.
right. Have a good day. Have a good day.
too.
Toodles.
That was fun. See, that's why the internet's good. People randomly dropping in and you just seeing stuff.
It
It's
makes
cool.
the world a smaller place.
It is. It's
Yeah,
cool. I love
a
it.
little slice of gecko life.
Yeah. Yeah. I love it. Just occasionally getting the surprising someone going, hey, I'm going to turn on the camera and you're in a completely different part of the world. I mean,
Who
I
was
remember.
that? Remember that guy who showed us his backyard, and it's like some wonderful, like just idyllic looking
I think
place
it was
in
like
Eastern Europe.
Yeah. I know you're talking. He was. We've had. What was his? I'm trying to remember his screen name, but I reckon I know who you're talking about. But yeah, and one time he tried to show. He was driving and he was trying to show us, but he had a very unstable connection because he was in a car driving and it was breaking up.
Yeah,
but,
I remember that.
Yeah, no, yeah. He occasionally comes on and shows it. Yeah, again, the fucking internet. I love it.
Yeah.
I really don't like people driving and doing that at the same time.
He was a passenger. This guy was.
Right. In that case, that's fine. But there
Drivers,
are plenty of distraction dangers as it is without,
definitely.
Without taking part in a conversation.
Yeah. Megaleech remembers. Rain was his username. Yes. Rain Meridi. Yes. And I'm trying to remember if he was in Scandinavia or more Central Europe, but he was somewhere in the European continent. But yeah, he tried to show us a drive once where he was a passenger, but because he was moving, it was very hard to keep a stable signal and it was breaking up a bit. But yeah, I even remember back in the 90s with dial-up when it was text, but I remember being in a text chat room, and in the chat room there was people from Australia, America, the UK, South Africa, a couple different European countries, a couple different Asian countries, and when we all collectively realized what was happening, we were just going, "This is fucking mad." We're all just having this virtual shared space, and we are just scattered everywhere. And
I remember that.
It just makes the world very different. Safa, you might be right. I think he was in Latvia. I think you're right there. Yes.
Yeah, I knew it was just Eastern Europe.
Yeah. So, I'm still drinking water because I've had I forget how many old fashions tonight, so I'm drinking a bit of water to stay conscious.
I've really indulged tonight. I drank this before the live stream, to myself.
Do you know, I've only ever drunk a full bottle of wine on my own once, and it was a pretty low level one anyway, so it wasn't too bad.
I've done that a couple of times now.
3% or something. And that was the day that I changed my name.
Oh, okay. Was that a celebratory drink?
Yes.
Nice.
Well,
I'll pick up.
That's
Actually,
deserved.
look, my son made an alcoholic jelly, but rather than I know, right? Rather than just putting vodka in it or something, he actually put apple cider in with the jelly to do it, and then some Fireball, the cinnamon whiskey, and tasting a little bit of it. It's worked really well. It's like jelly. It's got an apple flavor, and the cinnamon's coming through. So you're not going to get super pissed off this but it's a really nice flavor. It's like a mango jelly.
That's really interesting.
Yeah. I was surprised. When he said he's making one, I thought he wanted the vodka to add to it, and he's going, no, I've got a different idea. And he did it with a can of cider, and then said, "Do you have anything?" Because I think he read it somewhere online. He said, "Do you have anything cinnamon?" And I went, "Oh yeah, I've got this little a hip flask of Fireball," and he added that, and it's really tasty.
Yeah.
He's out at a friend's place getting drunk, but
I just have to yell at my child for a moment. So
you do that. Sorting stuff out on the home front. That's okay. I love that she muted to sort things out.
I couldn't find my headphones. I thought Ali had taken them. I completely forgot that I'd put them in her room to charge.
Okay. Yeah.
New headphones, which I bought for the live stream, but since my kids fell asleep ages ago,
that's
whatever.
I think I'm the only one still up in the house at the moment.
I'm the only one still up in this house now.
Yeah. Mrs. Angry's lad sometimes stays up quite late online with his friends, but I actually saw him going to bed a little while ago. So I've got to remember not to get overexcited and start shouting. Because
very quiet.
Yeah, when we did the New Year's Eve stream here, like Nettie and Abigail were here, we were quite boisterous till like 3 a.m, and then we all crashed. And yet Mrs. Angry said the next day, no,
Thanks, sweetheart.
you kept me awake all night till 3 a.m. because you're all making quite a lot of noise. And we're like, oops, sorry. We were all
very loud.
We were all
Party.
kind of drunk, and we had no idea how much noise we were making. So like,
That happens.
Yeah. And my daughter actually spoke to a boy for more than 5 minutes. Like, whoa, the little one.
oh, nice.
She really, really dislikes boys.
I don't know. That kind of shows good
At least
taste. honestly.
last year she did. Last year she did. This year she's hardly had any contact with any boys, so she doesn't.
Being
Who
at
the
home
hell
all
knows?
year. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, no, that's the only boy she's ever really had a conversation with.
Yeah.
Your stepson, I suppose.
Yeah.
Here's something
Oh,
random and fun.
yeah. No, they got on quite well. Yes. Yeah.
Here's something random and fun. I got one of those really expensive photos of the car.
Oh,
The ones that
speeding.
come with a demerit point on your license.
Yeah. A speeding thing. Yeah.
Oh, those ones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Speed zone had been changed. Didn't see the
Yeah.
speed sign.
Yeah.
Did the
Bugger.
old speed limit.
Yeah. I remember I got
So
one.
that raised some revenue.
Yeah. I got one years ago when it said which street it was on, and I'm like, I do not recognize that street. I don't know if I've been to that street. And I went to one of the DMV offices, and I'm just like, Vic Roads offices, and I'm just like, okay, I read that I can come in and you can show me the photo because I got this thing in the mail. I don't recognize that street at all. I don't think I was there. And the guy said, it's a really low res photo. And I said, I just want to see it anyway. And I saw the photo. It was definitely my vehicle. And I suddenly realized where it was. Like, oh, okay, that is my vehicle. I didn't know that was the name of the street, but I actually recognized the area. Okay, yeah, no, that was me. I better pay it.
I got my friend got a speeding ticket in the mail, and it must have really surprised the people at the police station because we requested the extra because they actually take 3 photos, and they send you one of them. And we requested the photos because we remembered that at some point I'd been driving his car, and I said because I'd remembered we'd gone through a school zone like a day or two after school had come back in. It was just after Christmas.
Yeah.
And we were going, was the school zone in effect or not? And I remembered saying, we'll soon find out because that's a speed camera over there.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we'd kind of, it took a month or so before the fine got sent out. So we kind of forgotten about it. So it must have surprised the police a bit when we're showing up and we're trying to, the conversation we're having, I'm going, let's have a look, see if you can see the driver and blah, 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 blah. And the conversation that followed was me saying, yeah, fill out the stat deck. I'm pretty sure it was me. I'm not sure that's a conversation they would overhear very often where the driver just goes, yeah, that's me, send it over.
Yeah.
I think one of the funniest ones I've ever heard, an excuse for, someone broke the rules. So they have something called bus gates here, what they call them, where, only a bus is supposed to go through that bit of, some bollards or whatever, right? And a car driver just decided to ignore that and just drove through anyway. And because it's got cameras to stop people from doing it, and signs saying don't do this, buses only. So when he got the fine, he decided he was going to protest that fine and, appeal it under the guise of, I'm a Christian and, we're all sinners. So because Jesus forgives everybody, you should too.
Good luck with that one, Sunshine.
Yeah, for some reason the council weren't
Even
going to go
Jesus
for that
said,
one.
"Give to Caesar what is Caesar's."
Yes. Ironically, that was my response. Yeah, give what to
guys,
Caesar.
can you
to-
actually hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're good. We're good.
You can hear
We
me?
can hear.
Okay, good.
Yes. Yeah, we're good. Sorry, I'm just checking like messages and social media, which is super fucking rude. But then again, I am super fucking rude.
Speaking of bullshit Christian bits, apologies to nobody, but you know,
Hey,
you're
some
not
Christians
all
deal in
not
a lot
all
of bullshit. I get it.
exactly. A Christian couple are taking legal action against the government because their child was confused about another child wearing a dress. Nigel and Sarah Rowe claimed that their then 6-year-old son came home 4 years ago, confused as to why a boy was now a girl because a gender diverse child in his class would sometimes switch between traditionally masculine and feminine clothes. Instead of talking to their child about gender and gender expression, they pulled him out of his Church of England primary school on the Isle of Wight to homeschool him. They previously took their older son out of the same school when a classmate came out as trans girl because he was confused to the point of being unwell and stressed. Now, backed by the Christian Legal Centre, the Rose are taking legal action. They specifically object to the local authorities' adoption of the Cornwall Schools Transgender Guidance, which aims to give inclusive advice to children and governors on trans issues, promote inclusion for all within education, and improving service for trans children and students, and empower the supporters of trans students. But, you know, it's like, yeah, what a... Yeah, and this is 4 years ago. Oh, 4 years ago this happened. We're now going to sue.
The people who hide behind the faith with that kind of bullshit piss people like me off, probably more than they piss you off.
Oh, yeah, because you're getting
it's
tarred with
basically
the brush. Yeah.
Any person who professes the faith is a representative of said faith. I don't like my faith being represented by fuckknuckles in a really negative way.
Exactly. Yeah.
I mean, it's it's just like when you get somebody who's a dick about being atheist, that would piss you off. Because they make atheism, they make the absence of belief or whatever, they make your belief structure look bad. They misrepresent it.
The new atheists who rose to prominence in sort of the early noughties, over time, they just all turned into just horrible, bigoted, reactionary pieces of shit.
Yeah.
And people assume like, well, if you identify as not being religious, you must be like these people who turned out to be horrible, reactionary bigots.
It's people being dicks. And people who belong to a particular group make that group look bad. Whether it's there's and in some places, rightly or wrongly, when you're a member of a particular group, you're not seen as an individual doing something fucked. You're seen as a person from that group doing something fucked. Now, unfortunately, this often happens with issues of race. You know, a person with darker skin is not seen as a person doing something. They're seen as a person with darker skin doing something, for example. But it goes for religious beliefs or unbeliefs or political persuasions. Tony Abbott's cronies were banging on about the yes people, the pro-marriage equality people after that guy headbutt him, because he happened to have a yes badge on.
Yeah.
It was actually not based on the yes movement at all that he did the headbutting. He just went, "There's Tony Abbott. I'm going to nut him."
Yeah. Which on
he
one
actually
level
shouldn't have done.
was funny.
It was funny because it's somebody I disagree with, but he shouldn't have done it.
No, he shouldn't have done it.
Actually, I'll tell you something, and this might be controversial in these circles, but Tony Abbott actually went slightly up, in my opinion, after that because of how he personally handled it. He's the cronies around him are going, "Oh, fucking, there's a yes people, blah blah," and Tony Abbott's going, "Oh, it's going to happen."
Do you know? Is
He
it
basically turned
just
the other
me?
cheek. It's one time he went up, in my opinion.
Am I the only one that when you see someone who's just bloody awful, then they say something that you agree with, it's like shit?
Oh, I hate that.
Yeah.
Well, you know what they say in
You know,
some
it's like
Christian
Piers
circles.
Morgan said something positive, and it's like, oh fuck!
Yes.
Why do I?
Yeah,
think
you don't want to be
agree with
associated with that.
Piers
Yeah,
fucking
totally. You
Morgan?
don't want to give credit to somebody you
Yeah.
hate. Totally get
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
And yeah, experience it too.
Yeah.
And yeah, with what the fuck was I going to say? Shit.
I know.
Train of thought has
It's just-
derailed. Never mind.
You remind
We
me-
were basically
my-
talking about how it gives Christians a bad name. That's the thread.
Oh yeah, we passed through that one. But
Yeah. You see,
but yeah,
my
when somebody
favorite satire site,
Yeah.
The Onion, one of their timeless pieces, the headline is "Worst person you know just made an excellent point," and it's that
Yep.
awful situation where someone absolutely terrible says something and you go,
oh, that's what I was
"They're
going to say.
right. They're actually right."
You're
In-
gonna love
in-
this one. So,
Even heresies have truth in them sometimes.
yeah.
That's what I was going to say.
You're gonna love this one. So, someone I know was in a debate with this Christian lunatic guy called G-Man. I've mentioned it before. This is a guy who has an apologetic arguments that racism. Sorry, excuse me. That slavery in the Bible is good because God said so. And it wasn't as bad as
Yes. Okay.
you know, the American slave trade system. But you know, it's basically if it's in the Bible and it's awful, well, therefore it's good, and he'll have to make an excuse about it anyway. So he
Does
was
that
in
make crucifixions good? Because that was in the
Pretty
Bible.
much.
Yeah.
All right.
now. You know, obviously, if we didn't have crucifixion, then Jesus couldn't have been crucified. So therefore, it's good. I don't know.
It's absurd though, isn't it? Because you think about that.
Yeah.
The thing that makes it so significant is that it's so unspeakably horrible.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
But anyway, proceed.
Anyway, so there was a really amusing one where he decided to have a debate with somebody, and I can't remember what but some of the evidence that he brought up, he screen shared a newspaper website page as evidence for his claim. It was something probably along the lines of, giant skeletons found, and those are the.
I remember seeing that. That came about all over the internet.
Yeah. And it's actually not what it appears. But anyway,
It was a hoax, wasn't it?
so what happens is he's screen sharing this page to say, see, what I'm saying is true because so and so. And his debate, the guy who was debating just said, can you just do me a favor? Can you just scroll up? Yeah, a bit more. Okay, you see that word on the left there? That says satire. It's not real.
Yeah.
You might as well be quoting something from The Onion. Not real.
I remember The Onion had
Kind
this,
of undermined his point.
I remember The Onion. The Onion reminded me that they had this thing about a new execution method. And it was the head ripping off machine. It had speakers playing soothing white noise while this ultra fast robot had claw tips that dug into the neck that had anesthetic in there and just goes and pulls the head off.
Pulls your head off. Yeah.
That was an article The Onion had.
There was one about.
I don't know why I remembered that, but I just did.
Yeah, I remember
not right.
one from a very long time ago with sort of Jesus being a little bit sensitive to the fact that he was getting to the big 2000.
Oh yes. He
yeah.
felt very old at the year 2000. Yes.
Yeah, I thought that was quite funny.
Yeah.
Well, not a lot of humans, mate, and no humans that I know of made it to that point.
Not that you know of. Not that you know of.
Okay, guys, I'm feeling really tired.
So am I.
Just before she goes, by the way, everybody, Nettie announced, she's my big sister now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's nice.
That's awesome.
I
We had a
like
chat
that.
last week.
I do.
after.
Yeah.
Well, that's
We
nice.
do,
I like that.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Okay.
I think it's
Friday
like,
night, guys.
yeah, no, I think
Good
1
night.
a.m. is a reasonable
Look forward
time
to speaking with you again
go to bed.
soon.
Yeah. We might catch up with you tomorrow. So yes, Laura, nobody, thanks for joining. I'm going to go to bed. I think 1 a.m. is late enough. I'm going to go to bed now too. Have a nice day, Laura. Sorry?
Fancy chatting for a little while, nobody?
Yeah, I can hang around a little while. I got time.
All right, so I'm going to end the stream and might hang out. So it's not date night on Saturday night, so I'll probably be back again. Probably another stream. So fare thee well, you fine people on the stream or anyone watching this back later. I hope you had fun watching us. But the stream